we wait for all the commissioners to be right here, and before we start roll call, so remind our people that are joining via Zoom, a live transcript is available. You can click that at the bottom of the screen. It works pretty well. Nope. We don't have that available on the phone. All right, let's go. All right, I'm going to call the September 15th Washtenaw County Commission Ways and Means Committee to order. Let's go ahead and start with the roll call.
Commissioner Beeman.
Present, attending remotely from the village of Manchester, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Hodge.
Present, attending remotely from Ypsilanti Township, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Present, attending remotely from the township of Ypsilanti, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Labar.
Present, attending remotely from the city of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Machieski.
Present, attending remotely from Dexter Township, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Morgan.
Present, attending remotely from the city of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Sanders.
Present, attending remotely from Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Scott.
Present, attending remotely from the city of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County, in the great state of Michigan.
Commissioner Schenk.
Present, attending remotely from Northfield Township.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Robert. All right, we're going to move on to citizen participation. So before we get into it, just a few things to be aware of. If you are joining us by phone, you will hit *9 to raise your hand. And then we will call on you and once I call on you, you will hit *6 to unmute yourself. If you are joining us via Zoom, you'll hit the raise your hand icon at the bottom of the screen to indicate that you would like to speak. I would then call on you. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. So you have 3 minutes to speak here at Ways and Means. I have to time you and then cut you off at 3 minutes. Unfortunate, we don't mean to be rude, but it's part of our board policy to do that. After that, commissioners will respond. So in case this is your first time attending a meeting like this, when you give public comment, we don't talk right back to you immediately. That's just not function and flow of the meeting. Everyone that's giving public comment will give their public comment, and then commissioners will respond to public comment as a whole after that. So I am going to call on you. I'm going to ask you to state your name, first and last name, and your location, similarly to how we did here. So city, township, or city or township, whichever one you're in, and the county. All right. We are going to go first up. We have Trisha Duckworth. Trisha, you've got 3 minutes once you get started.
Good evening, commissioners. I cannot say that I am happy to be before you all right now. In this instance, I'm coming to talk to you about the allocation and funding of the ARP funds. It was very disheartening to watch you all before the money came in express how it needed to be flown into communities and driven into communities that were disenfranchised and really needed the help. And now you all are about to allocate funds tonight for areas that were not hardest hit by COVID. It's very disheartening to know that a prior agenda for broadband infrastructure was moved in front of the line above lives. So we have broadband over Black empowerment, broadband over people's lives. It's absolutely disgusting to know that something like this could happen when you all declared racism as a healthcare crisis. Racism is a crisis. Broadband is not. Broadband is important, but it is not an emergency over lives of people who suffered, countless Black lives that were lost. We are at 48197 and 198 were hardest hit. So what I don't understand is where's the integrity of commissioners that could have turned to Commissioner Jefferson and to Commissioner Hodge and say, your areas were hit hard. What does your community need? We want to make sure that you all get what you need, but that didn't happen. We'll get stuff off the coattail, but we're tired of sloppy seconds when this money was something that could have been used to really help restore what happened in the Black community. Nothing will restore fully because lives were lost. But to know that you all deem broadband more important than the lives of Black people, and some of you marched with us all summer long, did you really mean it? And you put other commissioners in a position where they have to vote with you, because if they don't vote with you, then you won't vote with them when they need things for their constituents, when they need things for their community. It's like this is a big game. You all are playing games with people's lives, and it's not fair. And then you get mad and upset when someone calls you out. But what other recourse do we have? This was done behind people's backs, off the backs of Black people. And just because you have other Black people that may disagree, that does not mean that this is not true, because they do not all speak for us. Disenfranchised communities and privileged Black people are totally different. They look through a different lens.
Trisha, you got your 3 minutes. Can you finish up this thought? And I can move on to the next person.
I sure can finish up the thought. I know you all are going to do what you're going to do here tonight. You're going to slide this money through, this $24 million for broadband and the other things that you're going to do. But I think it's disheartening and I think it's sickening that you all would deem broadband more important than Black lives.
Thank you, Trisha. We're going to move on to Joanne McCullum.
Sorry, I just saw the prompt. My name is Joanne McCullum. I am in Ypsilanti Township, Washtenaw County, and I'm a community advocate for the West Willow community in Ypsilanti Township. I'm also, I just thought, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Keep on going.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Okay. I'm also a Washtenaw County Road Commissioner, and I am in support of launching a childhood savings account program to encourage generational success. I believe that every child should have the opportunity and encouragement, excuse me, to further their education, whether that is through a university or an apprentice program. I should say I'm also a substitute teacher, so this really is very important to me. A childhood savings account program also helps families develop responsible financial behaviors throughout their lives. Not only does this encourage low-income families to pursue a post-secondary education, but it also contributes to improved socioeconomic prosperity. Other benefits are better physical and mental health, sustainable housing, and a greater participation in the community. Dr. Martin Luther King was also passionate advocate for education. He understood the importance of education in advancing the condition of minorities and in eliminating long-standing societal prejudices. Here is a quote from Martin Luther King. It says, "And there comes a time when one must take a position that neither safe nor politic nor popular, but he must do it because conscience tells him it is right." Thank you, commissioners, for your time.
Thank you, Joanne. Next up, we got Margaret Shankler. So please state your first and last name and your location for us.
Margaret Shankler, Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County. And thank you, Joanne, for speaking. You're the first member of the community I've heard advocate for the child savings accounts. So I've heard a lot of academics propose it, but it's good to hear that a member of the community is advocating for it enough to come and speak. So what I want to speak about tonight, because I've shared my concerns about different issues with the commissioners individually, is I'd like to share my experience with the process used to allocate this first batch of funds. I do appreciate that a lot of effort went into engaging the public on how to spend these funds. It was great that each commissioner held 1 or 2 town halls to gather input from their constituents. Actually, this morning I watched recordings of as many of those town halls as I had time to get to. It was really interesting to hear what people asked for and what they didn't ask for. I know that the commission also gathered input through a detailed survey that was held open through August 31st. And that you had a preliminary analysis report in early August. and that in total 900 people responded. But a full report isn't expected until mid-September. So here's what I don't get. I can't find any recording or minutes of the full commission weighing all the input you received or debating the pros and cons of each of the many options in the survey, and then winnowing them down to the 6 that made the cut for this first batch. Like Trichet said, first equals priority in many people's minds, even if that's not the intent. The last public meeting where I heard any discussion about the items under consideration was in early August, and only 1 or 2 town halls had been completed by then. There wasn't a commission meeting in mid-August because of summer break. So the next I see is we jumped to September 1st meeting, and do we hear that sort of debate and discussion that I expected to hear and weigh in on? No, instead we got a resolution all wrapped up and ready to pass that and pass unanimously. So also the resolution had to be prepared well before the survey was completed. So I'm really curious, who decided on these particular 6 items, and when and how did they do it? Was there a public meeting that I missed? And finally, help me understand how this was a fully transparent process that respected all the time and effort citizens took to provide input, because it really doesn't look that way to me. And as much as I want to hear your comments, I do have to leave. So as you know, I watch the recordings, and I'll watch your response on the recording in a few days. But thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Peter. Peter, please first, last name, location for us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, this is Peter Sarathakis, Sharon Township Supervisor. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before the commissioners tonight. I wanted to just address the broadband discussion. As we all know, the pandemic provided a very true story of what happens when communication is not available. As a public official myself, I saw firsthand as our elderly struggled that did not have access to internet or quality internet that went in and out or affordable internet. I saw residents and citizens around the county using hotspots that were provided like township halls and schools to access, so that those that lost their jobs or could not work could access broadband and internet to file for unemployment that they were in dire need of. School children weren't able to get access to the educational programs they needed as we'd all expect them to. Schools were putting out buses with hot spots out and trying to do everything they can. And again, public facilities were creating hot spots. But it was a disaster. People couldn't get to talk to their doctors. Every day I heard about the hardships that everybody of all walks of life were dealing with. These ARP funds are vital. I'd encourage the county commissioners to utilize a portion of them to definitely bridge the gap. It is truly a county-wide issue that is needed all throughout the county on all walks of life. And that we, there's always individual projects that it seems for different areas, but this one is an actual county-wide issue and can be solved and helped at a major level by your guys' participation in voting yes today, which I encourage you to do this evening. It's broadband access is a way of life for all people to have a quality way to communicate. Just like we are tonight, I'm sitting on a dirt road where I could get access so I could make these comments. So I encourage you all to vote yes tonight for the betterment of our entire county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we got Julie.
Yes, hi. My name's Julie Hellquist. I'm also a Sharon Township resident under Peter Sarathakis. And I am here letting you know exactly what he said is true. We had children home. I was removed from my office in Ann Arbor and sent home to work, and all of us trying to use a very spotty tower-based system that does not work in poor weather and also does not work when it freezes and also does not work when the trees grow up past your tower. And that is one of the only options that I have out here that has been offered as an unlimited service, where prior to that, I had a satellite service and I was, at a gigabyte limit and had to spend $10 for every additional gigabyte needed, which was more than that for every month. So the money just adds up. Our area, additionally, we don't have very good cellular service either. So the hot spots are not readily available. We really are left out here without services for a lot of the time. And it can be an emergency situation. It can just be school-based. I've been told I need to drive to the school to go get the kids' homework, and I have to sit in the parking lot while they use the computer in order to get their homework done. Additionally, the same thing with banking. Banking has become an issue in terms of you need to be able to do things online, and if you don't have the correct internet, you're not getting your banking done. I've had to drive around trying to get things done. I have a landline that I have to keep in order to have emergency service use to get in touch with police, fire, whoever, so that I know I can have that ability. And I'd just like for you to please vote yes on a portion of this money coming to those of us that are in these rural areas. I've been here since 2002 with dial-up service, and Washtenaw had a initiative going at that time called Wireless Washtenaw 2020. I still have the mug that was given to me because I was positive that this was going to be covering all of Washtenaw County. And that was why I knew that I'd be okay living here. And it has been almost 20 years now, and we are still stuck in the dark ages, and it just needs to be improved. So I thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next up, we got Ben.
Good evening, commissioners. This is Ben Feynman, Vice Chair of the Washtenaw County Broadband Task Force, attending remotely from Linden Township in Washtenaw County. Thank you again for your support of this initial allocation of the American Rescue Plan Act, which includes funding for high-speed broadband internet infrastructure for our county residents that lack access. I'm here hopefully one last time to remind everyone why this is important and urge you to support this initiative across the finish line. As you know, access to broadband infrastructure is a critical equity issue. Studies have demonstrated this multiple times in multiple ways. Even before COVID, lack of broadband caused worse academic outcomes for students, worse economic outcomes for adults and families, and worse health and wellness outcomes for everyone. COVID magnified all of these challenges exponentially. We've heard reports of kids who just disappeared from school after last year's abrupt switch to remote learning because they didn't have access. We've heard from adults whose jobs were in jeopardy when they were forced to work remotely without broadband access. And we've heard from seniors who couldn't access healthcare resources when virtual visits became the preferred method of consultation. For 4 years that the Broadband Task Force and the Broadband Subcommittee have worked to gather data to ensure that we could target ND funding only to households that are disadvantaged due to the lack of broadband access. During that process, we received an overwhelming amount of public comment and support, 55 pages of which were included in the Ways and Means Board packet 2 weeks ago. I wanted to share some brief quotes from those comments. A Manchester Township teacher said, "For the past year, I have had to work remotely. I cannot tell you how many hours I spent in the McDonald's parking lot in my car teaching and conducting meetings. My neighbor who had to work remotely had the same issue. I hope this infrastructure plan passes. We are desperate." A Sylvan Township senior said, "We are unable to have video visits with our healthcare providers. Our grandkids are not able to do their schoolwork in our home. We were unable to participate in Zoom meetings with friends and organizations we belong to during COVID closures, making our isolation even more acute. And from one of our older letters, but one of my favorites, which came to us handwritten in pencil from one of our Washtenaw Elementary students. My name is Alex, and I'm 8 years old. I would like to have faster internet service for several reasons. Number one, my school has one-to-one technology and I need it to do my homework. Number two, I would like to be able to play games. Number three, I need it for my Chromebook. Number four, I need internet for MobiMax connected Schoolology and Typing Club. Thank you for working on getting high-speed internet. It will really help me and my family. So on behalf of all of these Washtenaw County residents, thank you once again for supporting this initiative that will be transformative for so many of our families.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Jamie.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jamie Kunith. I live in Ann Arbor Township, Washtenaw County, and I hear both sides of this very acutely, very much relating to what has already been brought up. I just came off of a dirt road, Joy and Earhart, and there's no internet access whatsoever. My kids were both schooling there. And it was a total drag. We had a hotspot and we got by, and the school district was excellent about providing all of that. I guess what I'm also hearing, though, is that there were people in more need. And so I'm in that position where I could absolutely benefit from having broadband extended. But is it more important for that to happen now? Or is it more important for people who have been so acutely affected by COVID to get the funding necessary to get back up on their feet, to restore their communities, and to get back to a place where they're able to just kind of survive in a way that I'm already surviving? I feel like broadband is absolutely important, and it's something this country's got to get up to. We've got to kind of get up to speed. It's the way to go for the future. No doubt about it. You guys, that's just not an argument to be had, because we all know it's necessary. What needs to happen, though, is that we give funding before this starts happening, or simultaneously start pouring into communities that were harder hit, that are still really suffering, that can't afford cleaning supplies, that have lost their jobs, and their eviction moratoriums are up, and they're questioning their futures right now. We can complain, and we complain about the things that affect us most. And, sadly, as white people, we're like, our broadband, and our kids can't, they're struggling to keep up with the games, and they can't play games online with their friends. It just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when other people need the money more. And it's within all of us to extend our hearts and to dive into some compassion here and realize that there are other areas that need that money more than we do. And so I guess I'm just, like a couple of other people have questioned, just wondering, where can we also reach out into those communities and extend some of that money, a lot of that money, to them to get them back up on their feet? And can we, accomplish both things at one time even? So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up, we have Leslie.
Great. Hi, this is Leslie Blackburn. I'm in Ann Arbor in Lodi Township in Washtenaw County. This is my first meeting to come into, and I'm appreciating hearing the comments. Yeah, this is new for me to stand up and speak around an issue that feels really important and is not in direct impact. I'm appreciating what I just heard from Jamie around me. I am a white person in Lodi Township in a rural area. Yes, we could benefit from these monies going into broadband. And as I will also reiterate, that's important. No one's questioning that. The question I have is, how do we get the voices that have been impacted so much more heavily than my particular family impact, or my experience, and the people maybe I interface more with? How can we have those voices be heard and be cared for, and have these monies go towards things that are important to those communities? And what I'm hearing and feeling is that this was sort of rolled through very quickly, and that those voices got missed. And what I want to invite and encourage is pausing on this. Can we say no to this tonight and reallocate, like take another look at what is important from the voices that were most impacted by COVID, which are the Black communities in areas of Ypsilanti that got looked over in this process. I really encourage that we get that information and rise that into this process as a yes and. Yes, of course, we want to have broadband and we want to have these other pieces come through. Can we do that and still care for this part of the community that didn't get their voices heard? And as a follow-on question to that, because I said I'm very new to this, how are public notices or notices of this information shared? I heard Margaret speak that towards the beginning. I didn't get this information until yesterday, and did my best to sort of reach out to fellow community members to be on this call, and many weren't able to. And how can I get that information earlier so that I can be a better part of this process? So thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, and I will remind all the audience that commissioners, as much as we would like to respond to everybody individually right after you speak, that's just not how we can do it. You have to wait until we get to commissioner follow-up to citizen participation.
I understand.
Next, we got John. Go ahead and unmute yourself, John.
Hi there, I'm John Barkham. I'm from Ann Arbor, Michigan. I was a physician during this crisis, and I wanted to express my concern of access to patients during the healthcare crisis that not only affected people without internet, but also providers in your areas without internet that could not provide to their patient. I don't know all the backstory here about stuff, but I do appreciate the focus on improving the infrastructure as our healthcare system has moved to a virtual format, but also as we see education moving virtually and even our work lives moving virtually, that this is essential for people not to be left behind. So I thank you for your support for this broadband extension, and I appreciate what you've done so far. Thank you. I yield the rest.
Thank you. Next up, we have Barbara.
My name is Barbara Schmidt. I'm also a resident of Sharon Township, and I appreciate all the other voices and other points of view, and I can understand them. I think everybody deserves to have a little bit more help in needy times like this. I'm speaking from Sharon Township's point of view on this issue, and I would have to urge you to vote yes to adding the broadband, countywide broadband. In 2018, Sharon Township tried to do it on their own because there was no other way to get broadband for all of its residents. And as you've already heard, many of us don't have internet access to speak of. I canvassed door to door, and the most common reason I heard with we didn't pass the millage because it was too expensive for most people on fixed income to be able to afford. I do think it's an equity issue that everyone should be able to have access to broadband for all the reasons you heard from our other residents in Sharon Township and from our supervisor. But I do think it's a good decision to vote yes on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Liz.
Hi, my name is Liz Lynn, and I'm calling from Ann Arbor in Washtenaw County. I'm calling to thank you for your votes at the last committee meeting to allocate $2 million for childcare across the county, which working families desperately need. I'm especially grateful for how these funds will benefit single parents, low-income families, families of color, and working mothers who are all disproportionately impacted by the scarcity of childcare options in the county and the elimination of before and after school care. I'm thankful that you explicitly put in the resolution that you're prioritizing these funds for families who qualify for free and reduced lunch, and you specifically highlighted the 48197 and 48198 zip codes as priorities. I've been talking for the last few weeks with a friend of mine who falls into all the categories I listed before, and she's unable to find a new job because she has to pick up her child from school at 3:45 every day, and all the jobs she's interviewing for are 9 to 5 and not offering any flexibility. She and her family are stuck because she doesn't have after-school childcare options, and the programs that this funding would create would really change her life. So I am grateful that you're not only meeting this urgent need in the community, but you're also prioritizing funds for the families and communities that need it the most. So I ask you to vote yes again tonight on allocating these funds for childcare and prioritizing families with the most financial need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Annie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, good evening. This is Annie. I'm calling from the city of Ypsilanti in Washtenaw County. I'm just here to express my voice as a resident of the city of Ypsilanti. I also serve the community here in the city of Ypsilanti as well. And our community here was most negatively impacted by the pandemic and will continue to be most negatively impacted by the pandemic. We have a community full of frontline workers and people who have gone much of their lives without access to healthcare. These are all factors that feed into social determinants of health. And I'm just here to voice my concerns about not prioritizing the portions of the county that were most negatively impacted in this pandemic because of their social determinants of health. One of the reasons listed on the Department of Treasury's website when ARPA funds were announced was to address systemic public health and economic challenges that have contributed to the unequal impact of the pandemic on certain populations. And I think, certain populations in this moment are Black populations, and the Black community in Ypsilanti, this is going to carry into generations for them, how it's going to negatively impact their family. And there's a real need for both resources for physical and mental health, and also housing and housing also and homelessness. People are going to fall off a cliff soon with the end of federal unemployment assistance, as well as rental and utility assistance when that runs out, and with the eviction moratorium no longer being in place. So I just want to uplift those voices that can't always be in the room or get their voices out when these conversations are happening, because for them, government hasn't prioritized them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Chris.
Thank you. I appreciate your time tonight. My name is Chris Holden. I am Deputy Clerk from Sharon Township. Seems to be a popular area represented tonight. I'm also the Chief Technology Officer for Sparrow Health, and my wife is a nurse practitioner. Got 3 kids in school, and we all struggled with the lack of broadband. I appreciate a lot of the comments on here. This is something that we have struggled with. I've been out in this area for about 21 years, and it's as rough as people have described. It's not a black and white thing. It's not a rich or poor thing. It's something that if you don't have broadband, your life is harder. It crosses all financial and other demographics. Kind of feel like we've been forgotten about out here in the rural areas. I often talk with my friends who say, well, you guys are like 20 miles from one of the preeminent universities in the entire world. You don't have broadband? As crazy as that sounds, no, we don't. And that's it's crazy that we are in this wonderful county, and there's so many of us who don't have broadband. So many to the point where, as was mentioned earlier, we have left no choice than try to go out on our own, try to find alternative solutions, being as creative as we can to try to find ways to give our residents the broadband that they need to do what they need to do on their daily lives. the pandemic proved how essential broadband is. Work, school, shopping, paying bills, doctor visits. And the thing is, it's only gotten worse. It's gotten worse because all those businesses that once COVID hit, they've moved more of their access and tools online. So even compared to a year and a half ago before COVID, there's even a greater reliance on broadband. I mean, I'm in IT, so it wasn't new to me, but most people, didn't really know or care what Zoom was 2 years ago. Now it's what we all live on. Like, this is something to where it has become ubiquitous in our lives. I would ask that y'all vote yes to continue the broadband support, understanding that that's something that will impact and help all of our county, not just rural, all the areas that don't have broadband. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Alicia.
Hello, my name is Alicia Dyer. I am in Ypsilanti Township. I'm on the Community Action Board and a community member. I think it's sad that there's not broadband access in our county everywhere, but what I also think is sad is the people I've lost to COVID-19 in my community in Ypsilanti, not to mention the data shows 48198 and 48197 have been most harmed by COVID-19 and are the reason we got all this funding in the first place. So the fact we aren't prioritizing that is beyond me. And I understand that some commissioners have, but I feel like all of the commissioners should be prioritizing this. For the people mad about broadband, I hear you, but lobby your local townships. There's a supervisor here that gave public comment, and I want to know more about why local communities can't use the funding to provide their own broadband services, or why this has to be first prioritized in the county when we know we got this money because of the people that have been harmed by COVID-19 in this county. The opportunity index that came out also proves what people have been saying for years. And there's extremely inequitable areas in 48198 and 48197, and that should be used to figure out how to prioritize these dollars. American Rescue Plan dollars should be going at greater levels to 48198 and 48197. And first considering those areas most impacted should be of most importance. It's sad you got to go on a dirt road for Wi-Fi, but to me what's sad is to be in the lowest opportunity zones in our county and to be ignored and have people that have died and been severely impacted by COVID-19, where Wi-Fi is the last of concerns. Children in Ypsi are worried about getting clothes that fit and living a safe life. And it's interesting to hear Wi-Fi is the biggest problem for these rural areas. And we have other problems that we're dealing with, as Trisha mentioned, people's lives are at stake. I get it sucks, having to go to getting Wi-Fi is a county issue, but it's not the most pressing issue and it shouldn't be prioritized as such. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Lisa. Lisa, you're unmuted, but we can't seem to hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you now. There you go.
Hi, my name's Lisa Carey Harrow, and I'm here tonight to ask you to please reconsider and vote no. Reconsider the American Rescue Plan funding allocation for Washtenaw County. Reminder that the plan was written for and intended for those that suffered hardship prior to COVID. Those also suffered more during COVID and are now desperately in need. Black people are filling body bags every day in the street and faster than any other population around. And that is why the funding is here. Almost every Black family I know has lost multiple family members. They are suffering immensely and they need the help first. Currently, the way our systems work, the ones with the easiest access are the recipients, not those most in need. To make Black communities whole again and to earn trust and respect, we must put a Black agenda on the table first and every time. Please include the grassroots organizers who are the pulse of the 48197 and 98 communities. Let leaders from those communities who were affected the most lead Washtenaw County in a more equitable process of allocating and distributing American Rescue Plan funds. Thank you to those who continue to uplift marginalized voices. And I encourage you to reach out to those grassroots supporters who advocate for free broadband, who advocate for public banking, and who advocate for equitable education. They are out there and they are screaming to be heard, and they will give you their time and their resources free of charge. And there are ways to build back these systems better than they were before, but that includes a Black agenda first and equity in every conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Devin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Respected commissioners, my name is Devin Meyer and I am from Ann Arbor and Washtenaw County. I just wanted to push back a little bit on some previous comments and also echo what others had to say tonight. And before I get started officially to push back and address specifically Chris, while internet might not be a black and white thing, the allocation of this money certainly is. Ypsilanti was the hardest hit area in our county, yet they are still suffering the brunt of the pandemic the hardest while we sit here and discuss internet accessibility. I hear the sentiment, but there is an issue of caring about caring about our Black brothers and sisters and their lives, not internet. Seeing the way that the council went about distributing and prioritizing funds for the COVID relief feels honestly like a bit of a slap in the face to our Black and brown brothers and sisters in the east side of the county in Ypsilanti. Ypsi, which we know was affected worse by the COVID pandemic, seems to be an afterthought for the immediate resources needed. Testing and vaccines were the last to get there, yet even though the city was hit the hardest, and while the ARP funding is going to broadband assistance and it is helpful, it does not address the immediate needs of the people in Ypsilanti. Internet is important, and I don't mean to downplay how vital it is for communication, learning, and overall quality of life, especially now, but is it the most important thing that we need right now? Why aren't we seeking out the needs of the area hit hardest in the 48197, 48198 zip code? Why are we not prioritizing their lives over some of the inconveniences we find with poor internet? Life should be our priority right now, and I don't think that is reflected in this broadband money allocation. Rather than make calls to the whole community without consulting them, having representatives of Black Ypsilanti community members at the table would help make a much better suited assistance program for the community, again, which was hit hardest by the pandemic. As a commissioner's board, it is your job to look after all of your constituents, not just the white western side of the county. We need to work towards full and complete equity. It is vital that you fund grassroots organizations, those with the boots on the ground and who come from these communities you are writing policies for. They have their finger on the pulse for what the community needs. Rather than making policies that you think might help the community, I suggest you work directly with them. Ask, reach out, fund organizations that have deep ties to the community in Ypsi and surrounding areas. Treat every part of our county equally. I don't think we move forward with this tonight. It does feel rushed. I hope we vote no on the discretionary budget for the ARP funds tonight, as they do not serve the Ypsilanti community as well as they could and should be reconsidered. And finally, include more Black voices in the projects and funding. Nothing should be done for them without them, and I think this mentality could have served the community members of Ypsi when you all decided to allocate the ARP funds for COVID relief. Work with our Black brothers and sisters that we share the county with. They bore the brunt of this pandemic, and we should be catering to their needs first to help assist them during still a trying time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Chelsea.
I'm assuming that's Chelsea Michael. So,
That's you. Yep, go ahead.
hi, thank you for giving me some time to speak. My name's Chelsea Michael. I am also representing Sharon Township, resident out here, former township clerk. And first, I just want to say I don't envy any of your positions on deciding what damages are greater than somebody else's during this pandemic. And my comments have completely changed now hearing from other people, so please bear with me for a minute. But what I'm hearing is that the money is to be allocated for damages from COVID. And I think what I'm hearing from a lot of public comment is that internet is being seen as something to use for watching football games and our kids' apps and things like that. I'd like to bring to attention that lives have changed as well due to people being forced to work at home. If you don't have internet at home and your job is forcing you to work at home, your life is impacted. Your well-being is impacted. Your income is impacted. Many of us in Sharon Township have family members who are in poor health, whose doctor appointments were forced to be Zoom calls. That's impact and that's damage when you can't get on your doctor's appointment and you don't have a choice. We didn't have a choice to go in for our doctor appointment. We had to be on Wi-Fi. Let's all be honest. I live like a quarter mile from a Verizon tower and it's a flip of a coin whether or not that's working. So I'm currently on my cell phone right now for this. But if Verizon was down, I would have no way to participate in this call. So I would just like you guys to consider the impact, not only being us watching TV and our kids on apps, but we were forced to have kids at home, and that was education, which is an impact. We were forced to work at home, which is an impact on our income and our well-being. Currently, the majority of mental health services are only via Zoom. So there is a big discrepancy out here as well for healthcare, security, mental health services, education, and our jobs. And again, I don't envy you deciding where the damages are greater, but I would like to speak up for those individuals and possibly our elderly at home right now who don't have access to this call because they don't have cell service in their house, nor do they have Wi-Fi. So again, I would encourage you to consider that. I am in full support because I feel that our livelihoods out here, our kids' education and our jobs are very dependent on this money and getting internet out to these rural areas.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
You're at your time. Next up, we have Barb Fuller.
Good evening, commissioners. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for your unanimous expressions of support on September 1st at the Ways and Means Committee meeting around the resolution for this first phase of ARPA funding. I want to emphasize the fact that this is just the first phase. This isn't all of the money. It's been said on this call tonight that all of the ARP money is going to broadband. That is not true. There is an equity issue with broadband. Countywide broadband is achievable this year and next year with these ARPA funds. There are thousands of people without access to the internet. It's countywide. It isn't strictly a Western Washtenaw issue. We have a once in a generation opportunity to get this fixed in combination with the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund money, which was a gift from heaven in terms of fulfilling some of this obligation. Now the ARPA money has the opportunity to finish the job. The funds are available now. The work has been done. There have been hundreds of testimonials submitted. If people would look at the packet from the September 1st Ways and Means Committee meeting, you can see all of the testimonials. This broadband task force existed since 2017. We've done the work. We've identified where there is not, how much it will cost to get there, and what specific residences are yet to be served. There's been plenty of public input and plenty of time for it. July 7th, the broadband request was scheduled to be considered. It got delayed to August 4th, delayed to September 1st. And now it's on your regular meeting agenda tonight. I urge you to vote yes. This is not an issue of convenience. This is an issue of necessity, just like electricity, sewer, and water. It should be a utility. At this point in time, it is not. Again, I urge you to reiterate your expressions of support that you stated on September 1st. Pass this first piece of the ARPA funding allocation and let us get to work to engage everybody countywide, 100% access to high-speed broadband.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have Mary.
Is that Mary Campbell?
That's you, Mary.
Okie dokie. Thank you. So good evening, commissioners, county administrator, and all others on this meeting. My name is Mary Campbell. I'm employed by Washtenaw County, and I'm the Unit B Chair of Ask Me Local 2733 and a Huron Valley Area Labor Federation delegate. I do not represent or speak for any of these organizations. I would like to speak tonight about the resolution on your agenda regarding the authorizing of exemption waivers from the living wage for certain CMH providers. We have heard from many frontline workers in recent weeks about their own hardships of doing this work for less than the living wage and having to work multiple jobs just to make ends meet. Families relying on $15 an hour and even less do not make enough to cover the necessities such as food, rent, gas, lights, or even health care, let alone broadband. I'm throwing that in there because of all the broadband going on tonight. Sorry about that. A great percentage of these low-paid healthcare workers care deeply about their patients and the work they do with them, and know that the value of their jobs go way beyond what they're being paid. When people think of healthcare workers, they automatically think of doctors and nurses, but often forget about others that may work side by side with them, such as the nurses' aides, skill builders and trainers, job coaches, patient care techs, housekeeping, home care aides, etc. You get the idea. It's long past time that these workers are treated as truly essential. This starts with simply recognizing the value of these workers and the pay they receive. I am asking that the commissioners please review the current exemption waiver qualification policy and investigate if further requirements are needed to provide an exemption for providers. So that's pretty much it. I just wanted to kind of throw that out there. I wasn't sure if it was appropriate at this meeting or the next meeting, but I'm here, so you've heard me, and I appreciate you listening to me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Nick.
Hello?
Hey.
Hi. So I've had to write this down and read it because otherwise I'd trip over my words. So bear with me. My name is Nicholas Saccone. I am a resident of Plymouth Charter Township in Wayne County, but I frequent Washtenaw County and have a good idea of what's going on. Based on the available information, it seems that these allocations are going to be unfairly distributed. I join Devin in saying to Chris that this most certainly is a black and white thing. First off, rural areas are not heavily affected by COVID. Second, Ypsi as a whole was an afterthought. And moreover, the Black communities in Ypsilanti, specifically the areas with 48197, 48198 zip codes, were not covered. They were impacted the most, suffered the most because of the pandemic, and they get nothing through this. So I say vote no on the first round of allocations and urge you to treat the Black community more fairly. Work with and fund Black-run grassroots organizations, among them Trichet Duckworth's Survivors Speak. The importance of this cannot be stressed enough. In order to make Washtenaw County more fair and equitable, especially in this time, you must work with these organizations to check yourselves and your biases, especially after putting them on display the way you have here. So do it as right. This shouldn't be that hard.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Lena.
Hi, I'm a mom in Ann Arbor, and I wanted to say, first of all, that I do not envy you this task of weighing these various needs, because the truth is they all should be funded, and it's heartbreaking that we have to make these choices. I wanted to thank you for funding childcare in the last meeting and wanted to quickly register my support for this. Women's workforce participation dropped significantly during the pandemic. When women drop out of the workforce for several years to raise kids, it impacts their lifetime earnings. This has been an issue, of course, pre-pandemic and for decades, but the pandemic really brought it to a head because of this great shortage of childcare in our community, and the problem continues. It's often said that the US doesn't have a social safety net, it has women. Now we have a labor shortage in our area, and it seems especially short-sighted not to take an opportunity to start to fix this problem and increase childcare funding. to allow women to get back to careers just at this time when there's great opportunity and a lot of job openings. It's a type of investment that will generate money and resources for these families, not just now, but going forward. And a larger picture, it helps the economy of our whole region to be able to have trained and qualified women come back to the workforce. And dads too. There are some dads that have been at home with kids during the pandemic doing virtual learning. But I'm speaking specifically for women because they were most impacted. And that goes across all races, all economic groups. It's such an opportunity, and I urge you not to pass it by. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Gail.
Hi. Thank you for having me, everyone. I've got a few things to say. I want to go back down memory lane a little bit. I want to talk about Obama 08. There were so many people of color when Obama ran for office. At that time, we went from hopefully seeing that we would see some pieces of equity. By the time Obama got out, we went from hope to hell. What I'm experiencing here is what I would call blatant systemic racism. People in 48197 and 48198 are human beings of this county. And for me to have worked in so many different capacities and worked tirelessly every single day for the people that don't have voices, for the people that feel that they don't matter, those are the people that didn't get a notification in a timely manner to even answer the surveys. I challenge everyone to come, step out of your comfort zone, and you come and speak to and see face to face the people in the community that are most impacted. We haven't talked about the impact of who has died. How many people have died that you know? What is the impact on the family of those that have died? So if a mother died and left children, somebody else has to step in. As far as COVID rollout, people of color, 48197, 48198 have been last at every single time. They've been last at communication because you don't know how to communicate with the people to bring them to the table. We've been last at testing. We've been last at the vaccines. And we're last once again with the money that was supposed to be at least a portion, a fraction for those people who have lost their lives, who have always been last. Do we have some compassion? We had compassion when we saw George Floyd. I can't breathe. You've got your knee on my neck. And we all stood up because that was the first time we saw.
Gail, you're at your time. I'm going to need you to finish up this thought so I can move on to the next person.
That was the first time that we all came together because Black people have been last forever. So I would urge you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do the right thing.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Lynn.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, commissioners. This is Lynn Song, City Council member from Ann Arbor, calling from Ann Arbor. I'm calling to thank you for your considerable effort evaluating COVID response and investments to our county with this first tranche of federal money. I've watched your meetings, including the town hall, and I've participated in discussions with the community Action Board, the Poverty Solutions Commission that I'm a member of with Commissioner Hodge. I appreciate how you've leaned on your staff who've been tirelessly working with vulnerable communities, from county mental health to the health department, and especially your Office of Racial Equity. In the cover letter for your Washtenaw Rescue Plan resolution, your rationales for funding childcare solutions and costs for low-income families, child savings accounts, broadband, and weatherization were reviewed by this office in an equity assessment for equity impact. And considering how Ann Arbor is years behind in having a similar resource, although we are in the process of establishing our own DEI office, I hope to see the same evaluation going forward in the next tranche of federal funding. I especially appreciated the nuance in this cover letter where your office explores the differences between equity versus equality and access versus affordability in all these investments that you're making. It repeatedly references brown and Black households that are more likely to be negatively impacted by all these issues. And I quote one sentence that really resonated. It said, "These investments would serve residents with documented income below 80% AMI. This program expansion would allow for more work to increase the resiliency and sustainability of our communities." I encourage you to vote unanimously in support of this package, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Courtney.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Courtney Hall. I am a resident of Van Township, Wayne County. However, I was born and raised in Ypsilanti. I have a huge family.
We actually can't hear you so well. Could you start over? I'll reset your time, but we can't. It's low. It's really muffled.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Courtney Hall. I am from, I live in Van Buren Township, Wayne County, but I am born and raised in Ypsilanti. I have a huge family there in Ypsilanti still, lots of friends, and I'm very vested in the Ypsilanti community. I definitely can appreciate the broadband issue, as was said earlier, and hoping that we can reconsider the resolution and better prioritize your fiduciary responsibility with respect to the impact of COVID in pre-existing as well as newfound homelessness, the mental health cuts that I've heard about, education, essential workers, low pay, struggling businesses, child and elder care, as well as safety and healthcare disparities in 48197 and 48198. I just would like for you guys to really take another look at that. Again, broadband is important. We all need it. It is pretty much a utility at this point. But there are some things that need to be addressed or prioritized before that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have a phone number ending 5249. So you will hit *6 to unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Commissioners. It's Lisa Motino, Washtenaw Township trustee and staff support to the Broadband Task Force. I wanted to talk about the ARPA funding item that you have on your agenda tonight, but first I want to acknowledge the work that you're doing. Your jobs right now as decision makers are not easy. They're not easy in the best of times, and I can't imagine how difficult the past 18 months have been for each of you, personally and professionally. So I want to thank you for your tireless work to keep all of us safe and healthy. But now you have the opportunity to help us heal. I'm not going to go on about the importance of broadband access in our and underserved areas. There are enough others who have shared their thoughts on that. We all know it's valuable and we all know it's important. And it's for a variety of reasons. What I want to say is that you have a unique opportunity here to positively impact the lives of thousands of Washtenaw County residents who have either been left behind or ignored, literally since the invention of the internet and through no fault of their own. Bringing access to them will lift up the entire population of Washtenaw County. Please pass the ARPA resolution as presented this evening. It's balanced and it's fair, and it will positively change lives. The broadband item specifically is thorough and comprehensive and could be put into action as soon as it's passed. The time is now to fix this issue. I sincerely thank each of you, especially Commissioners Beaman and Maciejewski, Barb Fuller, and Ben Feynman on the Broadband Task Force. All of you are incredible leaders, and you all know how to get things done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Jessica.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Jessica Roberts and I represent Freedom Township, and that is 48158 for an area code. And just because I feel like we are rural America and we have been left out, and the lack of broadband, among other issues, has been huge for our county and our township. It has impacted me personally, but it's also impacted my neighbors. It is a safety issue here. It's an employment issue here. It's an education issue here. And to put that in context, we have volunteer fire department here. We get state police here. They come 45 minutes by phone. That's the only way you get them. So a lot of fire and rescue is internet based. You have to have a phone to call. In terms of the comments about running broadband through the township, the quotes were astronomical to connect to what little lines are out here, and there aren't many lines out here. We have one T-Mobile tower that is failing. When it goes down, you can't even get the Weather Channel in the middle of the latest storm. You can't call anybody. On the employment front, I can tell you that the lack of internet and the lack of video capacity directly contributed to my leaving my job at the VA. And I applaud Dr. Barkham for bringing up those issues, because I tried really hard to make it work. And I was not able to continue in my position and provide therapy services to patients because of the poor cellular and internet service. So many of us have been left behind in different ways. And when we have a discussion about equitable, I think we need to also look at this county as a whole, because we're counting on the county members. And there are lots of services in Ann Arbor, and many of us work in Ann Arbor. We need those services too, in order to do our jobs and fulfill our commitments. And I thank you for your time. I urge you to vote yes on countywide broadband for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Ron.
Hi, Commissioners and fellow county residents. My name is Ron Milkey. I'm attending remotely from Manchester Township, and I am the supervisor of Manchester Township. I would like to offer my continued support to the Commissioners with respect to spending a portion of the COVID relief funds to complete broadband connection to every home in the county. Today, more than ever, broadband connectivity is a critical part of life. The Broadband Task Force, as well as many township leaders, have worked tirelessly for the last 5 years, at least the last 5 years, to secure funding for the majority of homes in the county to be connected to broadband. And now, by allocating a relatively small portion of the county's total ARPA funds, you have the ability to fill the gaps to complete this critically important project. Commissioners, please consider that by completing broadband connection to all homes in the county, all residents will be able to work from home, attend medical appointments, and receive medical services, attend schools, and connect with other residents without having to leave their homes should circumstances dictate. The past year and a half of COVID hardships for all county residents, Black and white, has certainly brought this to light. Like electricity, broadband should be considered to be an essential utility. It has become a necessary part of all of our lives. Much information is available only online. Many employment applications are only accepted online. Many community services, both local and state, are also only available online. I want to thank you for your careful and thoughtful consideration of allocating the funds towards this package that's brought before you tonight. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Dirk.
Still trying to unmute. Am I on?
You're on.
Great, thank you. Rick Mayhew, Ann Arbor, thanks for letting me speak. And Western Washington neighbors, I hear you. And I read your testimonials. And there's been times in my life when I was isolated and poor and without a phone. But you got to keep in mind, you're comparing today online banking and e-commerce and doctor's appointments against deaths. Every one of the people who need better internet right now for their jobs or whatever, they're still alive. This money came here to protect people's lives. And Commissioner Scott, thank you for everything. I saw your reaction to the comment about rural COVID deaths. That's real. Years ago, I had a family member die in my arms, and it sucks. The only thing worse would be somebody dying alone. I know you're in a key position now to protect people from that happening again, and that's why this money came here. Please keep that in mind. All the commissioners, thank you for reaching out, particularly Commissioners Morgan and LaBarre. Really, thank you for doing your part to try to communicate. Your constituents are trying to do their part right now as well. And reminder, just because somebody's yelling at you doesn't mean they're your enemy. They might be trying to say something. I'm sorry it's a tragedy that brings us to talk like this, but you can fix that. You have a chance to fix that by preventing the next tragedy. That's the point of this funding. So Commissioner LaBarre, you're my guy. Again, thank you for reaching out. This is not normal revenue like a millage. It's not a return on investment. This came here for a specific reason. We need to be thoughtful about it and not rush to an answer. If broadband was the key, if this was the thing to healthcare and protecting lives, then what the heck have we been doing on the Broadband Commission for the last 5 years? If that was the thing, were we just waiting? Because there's going to be another pandemic. You know it's coming. It's just a matter of time. And if this is the best plan, I want to hear the other plans. I want to see how you decided. I respect your opinion. I want to know the folks who sacrificed the most were heard, and I want it in the public record, because right now it's not. The public record is very representative of Western Washtenaw, and that's good. I'm really glad to see people speaking up, but the way it looks, it's just convenient funding for a long-standing project, and that's not right. We need to be respectful. So Andy, you're my rep. Here's my opinion. Look, I work in vehicles in Chelsea. Wireless broadband would be, gosh, such a convenience. That'd be great. But this is blood money, and you need to be careful how you deal with it. Delay the vote. Listen to the people. Make sure you get it on record, because it's not right now. And absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Get that done and then make a decision. And again, remember, folks, I know I got a lot of faith in you, actually. You're a good crew, but this money was supposed to protect people. Just keep that in mind when you make the decision. It's not to close up a long-standing project. We know there'll be another pandemic, so please use it the right way for the right intent, the right reason at the right time, the right way. Thanks for letting me speak. Good luck, guys.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else for public comment? Or once? Oh, we got one more. Haley.
Thank you, and I hope you can hear me. I'm coming back from an event, so please let me know if there are any technical difficulties. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak, and thank you so much for having this meeting and having this public comment and giving the community the chance to respond. I hope it falls on open ears. And I hope we are able to come to something that truly honors the intention of how these funds came into the county in the first place, and the needs of the community. I'm not coming to you today with a prepared statement, just speaking from the heart. The current funds, I want to agree with Mr. Mayhew, that the current funds need to be used in a way where they are given to the communities that need them the most. And that is on the eastern side of this county. I know that the commission has done several listening sessions, and thank you for even having those listening sessions in the first place. But it is clear that more work needs to go into listening to the community. I hope, and it is my hope, that today you all consider and wait to spend these funds, because truly they need to go to the communities that have felt the impacts of the COVID crisis the most. And that is the city of Ypsilanti and the western side of the county, the eastern side of the county. Again, I hope that you will consider waiting on spending these funds until we can have more consensus and until the people who need this money the most and who deserve this money the most feel as if they have been heard and have had an adequate response. That's all I have to say. I hope we can pause and can reconsider and just thank you again for the opportunity to speak and the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you. Next up, we have Lisa.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Lisa Jackson. I'm the chair of Ann Arbor's Independent Community Police Oversight Commission, but I don't represent that agency tonight, although I do commiserate with your challenging decisions tonight. Instead, I am speaking to you as a resident of 48197. I, probably as well as anybody, understand that outreach is really hard, but decisions that impact the entire county need to be made with representative input from every aspect of the county. And I urge you to make your decision by including everyone at the table. And I know some callers have mentioned that, citizens have had enough time to participate, but people who are excluded from the process are often not privy to the conversation, let alone commission deadlines or familiarity with the process. And I think that's really critical. This is very clearly a yes and conversation. Yes, we need reliable broadband across the county, but many people also need reliable shelter. Yes, broadband is necessary for education, healthcare, and that's true in 48197 and 48198 as well as rural areas. So I just wanted to urge you to make the best decision by including everyone at the table. As county commissioners, I have to believe that you guys care as much about residents who don't participate in the process, but are certainly significantly impacted by it. Thus, I ask you to consider postponing your vote and refining the process by which you make the decision how to allocate those funds. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this is the last call for public comment. Is there anybody else that would like to give public comment? Patrick. You have to unmute yourself, Patrick.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Don't you love it when technology actually works? Thank you for allowing me to speak here. My name is Patrick Boheim, and I live in Shire Township in western Washtenaw County. Not surprisingly, as is always the case in a democracy as ours, this discussion reflects many conflicting needs and issues of the people. I have been looking over the Washtenaw County Rescue Plan and the 11 proposals contained here for the ARP distribution. And I would ask that the commissioners vote no on this plan tonight and take this opportunity to lead our county to a vision of true compassion to those of less privilege than I and many of us, particularly the brothers and sisters in the zip code of 48197, 48197, and 48198, and rally first around them now, and actually, in a way, give them a big hug of care with some truly equitable distribution of ARP funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, going once, twice. All right, public comment is closed. We are going to move on now to Commissioner follow-up. Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Chair. I first want to start by thanking everyone who spoke tonight and appreciate all of the feedback that's been given. The first thing that I really want to address is 48197, 48198. Ypsilanti Township and Augusta Township will benefit from these dollars. There are broadband connection issues in Ypsilanti Township and Augusta Township. These dollars touch every township in Washtenaw County. This is not a Western versus Eastern issue. It is an issue for all of our residents. We've heard a lot tonight about people dying, and that is distressing, and I do not wish to minimize that in any way. However, we have also heard from doctors and therapists who cannot connect with their patients, regardless of where the patient is in the county. The patient can be in the city of Ypsilanti, but if their doctor is not, if their doctor is in one of these townships throughout the county that lacks broadband, they cannot connect with their patient. I say this as a mother because it happened to me. My daughter could not connect with her pediatrician at the beginning of the pandemic when we were very scared that she actually had COVID-19 because our pediatrician lives in Northfield Township, was working from home from Northfield Township, and we lost the connection. For telemedicine to work, you have to have a strong internet connection. It cannot be anything. It cannot even be sometimes the access in McDonald's or a library parking lot. These are very intricate systems for the protection of health information. Broadband is a health issue. Broadband is an equity issue. When we look at the students across our county, their teachers don't live in the cities where the schools are, in part because their salaries are too low to do so. They live in areas where broadband access is low, under the assumption that we wouldn't be locked at home and have to teach K through 12 or college online virtually. My mother teaches at Washtenaw Community College in Ypsilanti. She's worked there for over 35 years as the Dean of Business and a business professor. During the first portion of the pandemic, she was locked down with me because she'd been caring for our children at that time. While we have broadband, that actually isn't the greatest out here. It's strung along poles and snow knocks it down. And she realized how difficult it was, not only for her peers to teach, but for her students across the county to access higher education when this happens. Not just in a pandemic, but online learning in general. Again, I do not downplay the deaths, and I do not downplay the impact of 48197 and 48198. However, this will benefit both Ypsilanti Township and Augusta Township. It's around 800 or so residents, if you average 3 residents per home in these areas. If we deny this tonight, we deny those families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we got Commissioner Labar.
Thanks, Chair. I think some of the input we received tonight, some of the feedback, the citizen comments were some of the most thoughtful I've heard in my time on the board. And I appreciate the work and passion that I know went into those comments. I don't think any of us take them lightly. And though we have 9 backgrounds, districts, and experiences that brought us here, I know all of us, even if sometimes we disagree on what it is, we seek to be here to do the right thing, primarily to help our communities and to help, most importantly, the people who live in them. I look forward to the discussion on the ARP package later tonight. I don't want to be petty here, but I can't in good conscience not take this opportunity to say to the elected officials in Washtenaw County, in Western Washtenaw County, who have called in and asked for support on broadband. I think there's a lot of reasons to support it. But I would like you to do a better job advocating with your state legislative and federal leadership. And it baffles my mind why we're hearing from elected leaders in those counties who are routinely voting for folks who are not delivering at the federal level. And I'm talking about the Tim Walbergs of the world. I'm talking about the John James when you've got a campaign last year, and God knows there are pockets of Washtenaw County that voted for Trump. I hate to make it partisan, but the cold hard truth is you're quick to say that it should be a utility. Well, I agree with you. Then match your words and your deeds on that. That's what I would ask of the elected officials out there. The folks living just as citizens and calling in, I get it. I appreciate that. I'll look forward to more discussion. Thank you for letting me make that point, Chair.
Of course. Any other commissioners for Commissioner follow-up? Commissioner Schenk.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank everybody who came tonight to speak. I appreciate the input. It's, we've gotten a lot of different messages. I tallied it up, and it is not, it's not, this isn't how we make our decision, but there were about the same number of please pass this package, please don't pass this package. It is in the end our job and our responsibility to take these votes. And we knew that this process was going to be at times difficult, and we all committed to that challenge. And I'm just going to say, for me, tonight is very challenging. Based on the conversations that I have had with residents in the county, particularly in my district, but also residents of other districts, people who are white, people who are Black, people who are Asian, and all the work that I know has been done by staff who have reached out to our community partners. For example, the child care allocation, there has been work done by staff, not me, to reach out to the Child Care Network, who I know works with a number of child care providers, including Bottles and Backpacks in Ypsilanti, and some other providers in other parts of the county. So with all of the work that has been done to bring these proposals to a vote, I feel confident that the American Rescue Plan and general fund allocations that we are calling the Washtenaw County Rescue Plan tonight will address some of the needs of our community. We won't be finished tonight. We will be considering more initiatives, and I believe that the residents can expect more listening sessions and they can expect more initiatives to address things that people are saying are needed here, like affordable housing, academic support, health access, and small business support. We have gotten more requests than we can fund. I also want people to know, that the eviction moratorium has ended, but Washtenaw County received $20 million through the state of Michigan, through the American Rescue Plan. And I will say, yes, Democratic Congress people voted for that, no Republicans. But we got $20 million, and we are supporting renters with eviction prevention so that landlords are getting paid and renters are getting their rent. People to know that we are working on criminal justice reform very hard in Washtenaw County. And I also want people to know that we expect conviction, integrity, and expungement unit allocation to be made in a coming meeting soon. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that no, not everything is happening in tonight's meeting. This is a limited package addressing childcare access across the county, children's savings account, which are evidence-based interventions that address the very real and very crushing inequity that we have in our county. This is an effort that does address immediate mindset, but the people won't be getting the money until later. But the evidence shows that this is a tested means to reduce generational poverty and to increase equity. This is being thoughtful. Broadband infrastructure, it is across the county. If you look at the list of townships, it really is just about every single township, including Ypsilanti Township, Pittsfield Township, Superior Township, and Augusta Township. And I'm mentioning those because they're on the eastern side of the county. Broadband affordability will address people in every part of the county. And I will repeat that if it's not enough to address all the need, we can allocate more. And my battery is about to die, so I better go fast. And then I'll find a cord. Weatherization also is going to benefit many people in the Ypsilanti area. And the lost revenues, which some people have criticized, it's a way for us to get these funds and then we can use them for good programs for our county. So I just want to repeat, we're not done after tonight. I don't know how we'll vote, but however we vote, we're not done after tonight. We are looking at about a third of the funds. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I probably have more to say about the actual allocation when we get to that discussion in the full board meeting following this meeting. But I just want to reiterate Commissioner Labar's comments about thanking people for coming to have a thoughtful discussion. It is difficult, it is more difficult than ever to try to figure out how to have civil discourse, and especially around very fraught political issues. And certainly in this country, we have shied away from talking very honestly about the impact of race and its continued impact in our society today. So I'm hopeful that having these conversations here and now can help us continue to have that discussion to try to make things improve here in our little corner of the world. So thank you for coming to try to have discussions that will start us thinking about things in new ways. Sometimes it is difficult to hear things, but you have to think about what makes that difficult in you and then try to grow from that. So thank you very much for that. I do just also want to reiterate the point that these, like, sometimes I heard the comments and I was worried that people were thinking this was all of our ARPA funds. This is not all of the ARPA funds. We still have 73% of the ARPA funds left to allocate after this, potentially up to 87% if we have infrastructure money come back. If the broadband resolution was written in such a way that we can recoup some of that money, and the money is allocated for up to 14 million, which is about 17% of the total of the ARPA funds. So just don't, if you came to the meeting thinking this was it, this was all of our ARPA funds, please be assured that this is not. We have many, many more funds to allocate here. And I, from the beginning, along with my colleagues, I think have talked about this as an iterative process, that we have to go forward and thinking about what we're doing in an iterative manner. Some things worked, it didn't work, go back and do it again. We had meetings with our various constituents, and each commissioner had those meetings in their own district to talk to the people in those districts. If that didn't work to give us a whole picture, then we need to do those meetings in a different way. If we need to hear more voices other than just commissioners in those districts and travel around and hear more from people, we need to do that in order to really be able to hear all the needs that people are talking about. My personal opinion about these funds from the beginning has been that I don't want them to be a Band-Aid. I want to try to think about what we can do with these funds to make real structural change. Because as Dirk Mayhew said in his comments, we will see another pandemic. We will see another emergency. And I don't want to see disproportionate areas of our county, whether that's 48197, 48198, or the rural parts of our county, be disproportionately impacted by those things. So what I want to do is think about what we can do from a real structural sense to address those things going forward. We're not going to solve racism in this country, but we can try to make things better in this county. And so when we're thinking about the rest of these funds, I really want to think about what we can do to improve things. So in 5 years, if something like this happens again, we don't see an escalated number of deaths in this part of the county. I think about it like as an analogy. Many of you know, I am a nurse and I can put a Band-Aid on something that's bleeding and it's not going to stop the bleeding. Sometimes you need to do more structural work inside of a person to stop that bleeding. And that requires a lot of forethought when you take somebody back to the OR to try to fix things that aren't right. And that's what I'm hoping that we can continue to do here. So everybody who came to comment, who has ideas on how we might hear, how better to hear you, please reach out with those ideas. We are very committed to trying to hear all these voices. And thanks so much for coming. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next up, we have Commissioner Machewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to thank everyone for coming out and contributing to the dialogue on the ARPA issue this evening. Very much appreciate the comments that people have shared tonight. For me, one of the most important ways for me to get an understanding of what people in my district are thinking about are interacting with them outside of formal settings, outside of formal town halls. And I've gotten a lot of the input on county issues over the last 2.5 years from people at high school football games, after church service, at the grocery store, at Dexter Days, at the Chelsea Fair, out on the border to border trail. So there's a large variety of ways that we get input on the things that we are doing. And each commissioner has their own approach to doing that. And definitely appreciate the opportunity that we have for public comment at all of our meetings of this board. I will point out the irony of making a decision about broadband in a virtual meeting where people who don't have broadband can't access the meeting. Or they have to go on a dirt road and sit in their car and hope they can get a cell phone signal to make a comment. Many of my colleagues tonight and some of the other speakers have laid out many similar thoughts that I wanted to convey as well, so I won't repeat what my prior commissioners have said, other than I agree with the response that we've given tonight. I will also reserve things that are specific to the ARPA resolution to when we get to that particular item as well. But again, wanted to emphasize that there are 5 major components to this resolution tonight. And we've worked a long time to get this to September 15th for a vote. So I look forward to further discussion and debate when we get to that in our regular meeting. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next up, we have Commissioner Sanders.
Thank you. I wanted to pose this is actually a question for our county executive. I wanted to ask what is the downside for a delayed vote? So if we don't vote today, what is the downside to that? And then I just wanted to share that I actually asked for the results of the survey and how many people attended the town halls, and that information is still being compiled in its entirety. But if I did my math right, it looks like we only had about 1% of our residents respond. And we had those surveys out for almost 60 days. That doesn't mean that we don't still want input from our residents. We do, which is why we did the town halls and did the surveys in the first place. But I do have a question just broadly, and I don't want to be bombarded. I will take emails to sandersc@washtenaw.org. Respectful emails, please. But I want to post a question out there. What is it that we're being asked for that we're not doing? So we got a lot of feedback from the public about us not representing certain members of our constituents, but I didn't hear an ask. And so I'm just interested in finding out what is it that we're not doing that you think we should be doing? Or, I mean, we're following the guidelines that were set down, I believe, by the Treasury Department about what we're allowed, how we're allowed to allocate this funding. And I don't know about anybody else. I mean, it's really Mr. Deal, I think, but I'm not going to jail for anybody. I'm following the guidelines. So I just want to understand, what is it that we're being asked for? I'm open to hearing that. But I haven't heard what the asks, I'll put an S on that, are. And I'd be interested in that. And I'm gonna stop talking so Mr. Deal can answer my question. Thank you.
So, Chair, if I may, procedurally, I think you guys need to delay the vote until a time certain. I asked Corporation Counsel for his advice on that piece. Secondly, we would be delaying a decision until October 6th, which is our next scheduled meeting, and would also likely push back our opportunity to talk about it and approve the next round of funding. So those are the tentacles, I believe, to your question. And I asked Corporation Counsel to make certain that my thinking around the delay is correct.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Certainly that if the board intends to put this off to a later date, that's how you would do it. You'd make a motion to a time certain, get a second, and then debate and vote. So I agree exactly with what you've said.
All right, well, thank you for that. Do you have more, Commissioner Sanders? Nope. Okay, do we have any other commissioners that would like to? Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of comments here. One, I wanted to express appreciation for Dirk's comments earlier today. I think it is really, really important to know that we can have vigorous debate and disagreement and still continue to work together. I think that was something that I really heard. I know Dirk has very strong and passionate feelings about this, and I appreciate that as somebody who, I think we're all very passionate on this board, and that is why we're here. We're passionate about what we believe is the right thing. And so regardless of the outcome of the vote tonight or what we decide to do, I do hope that everyone who has shared their thoughts tonight will stay with us and will stick with us as we continue to move forward on spending the American Rescue Plan dollars for our community. There were a couple of points I did want to just note. I did hear it mentioned that the American Rescue Plan was allocated to the county based on impact of COVID. And while I wouldn't question that as an appropriate means of allocating funds, officially the COVID funds were allocated to us based on population. So if you look at the exact language, it notes that, let's see, the act requires that these funds are allocated based on each county's population share of the total population of all counties using the latest available population data from the U.S. Census Bureau. And then the act further requires that any urban county cannot receive less than an acronym here than it would have received if the county funding was distributed to urban counties and metropolitan cities. So there's sort of a low mark of what we'd be allowed to receive as counties based on a number of different factors, but the primary purpose or allocation methodology for this was specifically based on population. I don't say that to take anything away from anyone who suggests that we should certainly allocate these funds to the areas of highest need, because I would absolutely agree with that assessment. I think that is our intention and our goal here as a board. I just wanted to correct that statement in that technically the funds are allocated to us based on population. The other thing I wanted to mention here is certainly something that Chair Schenk mentioned earlier in terms of housing and shelter support. This is something that is critically important to all of us. And we have $20 million, I believe it's actually a bit more than that, that has been allocated to shelter and housing support for our county. That is going directly to that area, which is one of the top areas of concern that I've heard from my constituents, especially as we've had the eviction moratorium ending here this month. Nobody in Washtenaw County should be evicted for inability to pay. Let me make that very clear. We have the resources. Nobody should be evicted here for inability to pay. Some of us were on a call with Congresswoman Dingell's office on Monday, and I believe one of the state legislators shared that the state of Michigan has funds that they need to use rather quickly, or we're going to lose them back to the federal government. So we actually have more money than we're using. We need to use it faster. So anyone who's working with housing insecure individuals in our community, please have them apply for support and assistance from the county. If they don't know where to find that, connect them with any of us as commissioners or their commissioner. Either way, we want to make sure that they can use those funds and use them as quickly as possible. I just want to note that because that is a huge area of concern that I've heard a lot from, and it's really positive news. This is being addressed and the funds are already there. With that said, I've also heard in conversations with certainly Margaret, who is my constituent, who shared thoughts earlier tonight about the need for permanent supportive housing. And I think that is an area where we should continue to look at investments. And that was something that was considered on our survey where we asked for community input. So I do think that's something we need to keep looking at, making sure that we can provide long-term affordable housing for residents. And then lastly, I guess I would just say that I don't think, if you look, I really hope folks will look at the board packet and look at the resolution that we're considering. Because if you look through that, and I know it's a lot to look through and it's kind of buried sometimes, there's not really a perfect way to share documents with residents or with commissioners. Sometimes it's hard for us to find them as well. But in our resolution, we have an assessment of this proposal from our equity office. It is a detailed assessment because we are one of the first counties in the state that created an Office of Racial Equity. We've created an office and we have staff specifically dedicated to helping make sure that everything we do is reviewed to make sure that we're keeping equity centered in our decision making. And if you read through that equity analysis, it's a document called ARP number 1, Ways and Means Memo Final. This is a document that outlines exactly what that assessment says, and it specifically points to the childhood savings accounts as being a huge tool to help address educational inequity and to increase educational attainment. It looks at weatherization and just the incredible impact that can have specifically on low income households, which we have throughout the county. But I think many folks have mentioned tonight that we have a disproportionate amount of pain on the eastern portion of our county in 48197, 48198. And so while it may not, the proposal may not specifically say this support is only for Black and Brown low residents, it's for those residents. It's for anyone who is in dire need, because this is such a critical need for our community. So I appreciate the comments I've said tonight. The thing that really sticks out to me is the need for, I think Commissioner Sanders mentioned this, better engagement going forward. I do feel like I had some pretty good engagement in my district, in the district that I serve and represent. And that is traditionally how we've done outreach. Each of us serves a particular district, and we try and respect each other's areas and where we serve. because that's important to commissioners sometimes. But it sounds like we do need to do better going forward, and I look forward to figuring out what that looks like. Maybe it's community conversations as a whole, working sessions working sessions somewhere on the east side or in a particular area of concern where residents feel we haven't been or we haven't heard enough from. I'm open to those ideas. I think it's been a tough couple of days, a few days here, because we've been hearing from a lot of folks who are very frustrated. And it sometimes takes reminding that hearing people that frustrated means that they really, really care. And so the people that may or may not be happy with us tonight, regardless of one way or the other, which way we end up going, I do know that you care. I hope that you know that we do care. It's heart-wrenching to make some of these decisions. And so I'll leave it at that, but thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I want to be respectful of Robert's rules. So I don't want to call any commissioner that's already spoke yet before I call on people that haven't spoke yet. So that would make Commissioner Jefferson next.
Thank you, Chair. First, let me say that this has been a week, a month or 2 or 3 months that have been very instrumental in showing us at this county board how important it is that we reach out to our constituents on decisions that are very impactful that we will make. The way that we did it, which was driven by COVID, mostly through virtual town halls, those things are just for certain times and certain people that can make it. So yeah, we've had the last 3 days a lot of conversations concerning the broadband being used as a tool to bring more resources to the western part of the county, and how that is something that has made I guess a divide as far as making sure that those who most need those dollars to help recover from COVID, that all of its things such as essential workers and job loss, healthcare, and children not being able to study in school and not even have the desire after so long being on virtual, to stay on virtual and learn. So a lot of the children have gotten behind in my district, and it's been a very hard thing to deal with, because it's going to be some setbacks as they go forward. So I've been listening, and I've heard quite a few passionate moments in this meeting tonight and over the last 3 days. And what I've come to say is that we are hearing things that we did not hear in our virtual meetings. We are hearing things from people who have a valid reason to make a statement in their own interest for the county and the residents. So I definitely believe that postponing is something that is in mind here tonight. When you look at the amount of people that, I don't think we've had this many people on virtual meetings since we started. I don't think we've had this many different opinions. I think Commissioner Sink averaged it out to almost even, but whatever it is voices that we haven't really heard. And so when we, as Commissioner Sanders said, we have not heard what the ask really is. And I believe that by postponing it, that will come forth, hoping that those who have come here tonight will continue to engage with us, and that our commissioners who have an interest in their districts for broadband being something that is urgent at this point to be considered for monetary funds to be moving forward at this point. I hope you understand that none of the things that I've heard that through COVID has exposed in the Western counties, such as healthcare, job loss, and being able to have a good virtual connection for education. None of those things are any different than what's happening in the Eastern County. The only difference is that that's been happening in the Eastern County for decades without virtual problems. This has been a county that has had minimum access for a lot of things in Eastern County. The things that such as childcare and those children who have to have clothing to go to school, those type things, transportation for mothers to get to their jobs. We have more essential workers that work in jobs that were getting sick from COVID because they had to work, and then they couldn't have childcare because they couldn't work. So, it forces them to be put in positions to where funding for their families has to come from our safety net. We did a lot of distributing of resources for our county residents who didn't have the means to buy cleaning supplies and those type of things. We have desert, not only with groceries or with being able to have COVID, the connections to our internet, but we also have no preventive programs or services for our youth who are now witnessing a lot of traumatic violence in their lives. So there's a lot of things that have been happening, more so than when COVID brought what it brought to each side of our counties. So those things that are important to our children, they're gonna need a lot more tutoring because they've gotten way behind. I know I've been dealing with the YCS, and I know that the broadband is bringing 141 residents online with this infrastructure building in Ypsilanti Township. I know that, and I know that if we had not have delayed it before, we would not have gotten to the point where we set aside $800,000 to make broadband speed increases for those in the Ypsilanti Township area to have better speeds. And that's because we delayed it. I mean, our racial equity officer wrote a very frank analysis on how that if we built the infrastructure that without having affordability written into this plan, then we would definitely not be looking at following through on our equity ordinance, which we voted for within the last few years in 2018. So if we're going to make this a black and white thing, there are poor people in Washtenaw County that are white and black. They live in Ypsilanti Township, Whitmore Lake, Manchester. They're the ones that are really suffering. So we want to make sure that those who do not have the access to a lot more things than just broadband are given the opportunity to bring into their lives an opportunity to make a difference in their families. We need to do that right now. If we can postpone this, that's what I would suggest. So I'm definitely looking forward to the conversation. And again, all the passion, all the things that people said are welcomed. Don't ever be afraid to express yourselves to us, because I don't have a problem with constructive criticism that can lead to better decisions for all of us. And when I say all of us, I don't mean based upon each commissioner. I mean for the interest of everybody in Washtenaw County, because that is the bottom line of why we're here, to hold the power for the people of this county and to make strong decisions that can impact their lives, keep them from falling into the cracks such as COVID has showed can happen during a crisis. So yes, racism is a healthcare crisis, and we have problems with even trying to make adjustments in the county operations to deal with those type of things because it's so systemic. So we want to be careful with how we move forward and not address those things, because we have found out that when those things are addressed, all of us benefit, because now you have the opportunities for the children that are in low-income families to become engineers, doctors, and lawyers, and bring benefits to this county. You know, so we have housing crisis, and that's something that has to be dealt with, because I'm watching too many of families that I know all my life move out of the county, and like right now, this eviction moratorium is over, and we're trying to do what we can with the 20 million to help people stay in their homes. But those are facing challenges, such as, you know, landlords are not allowing them to renew their leases, and then we have to find other ways to deal with that. So, and then that means there's no place to go, because we're so landlocked that the apartments and homes are occupied. The vacancy is low. So we got a lot of things to look at, and I appreciate the minds of the people who decided tonight to bring forth their ideals, their criticisms, and their thoughts based upon the allocation of these dollars. So I'm definitely hearing you, and I think we still need to do some more thinking about this. There is, I've heard about spending this money that we don't have. We have until I believe 2026 to spend these dollars. And so, you know, we have till 2024 to bring out our projects. So we still have time. And I understand that prices go up as far as broadband is considered in the area to be, you know, installed by builders. And so I know we can always find a way to deal with that also. I mean, we're looking down the line for the Build Back Better at the congressional level, which will also have dollars that should be available for our broadband in the future. We also have the state of Michigan, who is also doing some match funding with the dollars that are coming from the federal government. And so those things are there available also. So I'm just glad that those who spoke today got a chance to be heard. Continue to engage. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, all the commissioners have had round one of speaking, so we're going to round two of comments, starting with Commissioner Machewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for the second round. I do want to address an issue that is not related to broadband. The CMH vendor issue was brought up, and I feel it's really timely at this point with the state budget set to be approved in 6 days, that everybody who's interested in the issue of direct care workers and the vendor network for community mental health, contact your state senator and contact your state representative this week. There is a $2.25 premium pay raise measure included in the proposed budget for direct care workers. So that particular issue dealing with the CMH vendor network is fundamentally a state level issue. It deals with Medicaid. That will be addressed by the state budget next Tuesday and Wednesday. So I urge people to call their legislators, call Senator Tice, call Representative Lisinski in my area as well, and the others that represent our county, and make your voice heard on that issue, because that's where that measure will be occurring. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before I go to Commissioner Beeman, I did see Commissioner Schink's hand up before we officially started round two, so I just wanted to see if that hand stays.
No, I lowered it. Thanks.
Okay, all right, just trying to keep an eye out. Go ahead, Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your patience as we all go on round two. You've yet to speak, so thank you. I just did want to address two things with delaying the vote. One actually isn't a cost issue, it is an access issue. So as these infrastructure projects are coming out, Fiber is actually very scarce. In our last broadband task force meeting, we were told by Ben Feynman that AT&T is having a difficulty obtaining fiber. And so it is truly first come, first serve when we are looking at actually getting the physical fiber. So the closer we are to the front of the line, the more likely we are to get it. And again, this is countywide. This isn't a west versus east issue. This is every single township within Washtenaw County. And that's a lot of fiber that we're going to need. So that's one piece. The other piece, and I can't really speak to it as I don't know the details, is we do have the child care within this package as well. And so I don't know what that would do to that program if we delay the vote, as I do know that is something that's desperately needed and had no opposition tonight on the call as far as I could tell. And so that would just be another point to make. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right, any other commissioners that want that round two? Okay, all right. Well, this is a long public comment period and then commissioner response. Last call before I make my remarks, and then, I'll be looking for somebody to move the agenda and all that good stuff. Last call? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and go then. So I want to thank everybody that's called in. I know it's not easy to give public comment, especially with something of this magnitude. I mean, it's not every day that we're talking about $30.5 million. It's this meeting and the last one in particular, but it's still difficult. And for people that have never called into a public meeting like this before, I know they can be very challenging. I do want to say that to address some of the comments in particular about not investing in the Ypsilanti area, I just want to address some of the other items that are part of this package besides broadband, because most of the comments did touch on broadband. You heard plenty of people that are strongly in favor of broadband. You heard plenty of people that are against it as well. I do want to point out just how thoughtful that we attempted to be with making sure that we're investing in parts of the county that really need investment as a way to disrupt intergenerational poverty. So taking the Children's Savings Account program, for example, that program is designed to be able to put more resources in the hands of communities that have been underserved. So for example, the way that we've structured the program, kids that are receiving free or reduced lunch are going to receive a $500 seed to this college savings account. That can be used for other programming like trade schools or apprenticeships, a variety of different things, while other students will receive the minimum to open the account. To put that in perspective, what that looks like from a money perspective, Ypsilanti Community Schools makes up about 12% of the public school population in our county. And under this framework that we have, they're going to receive 1/3 of the total investment that we'll be putting into the Children's Savings Account program. And that was done on purpose. Lincoln Consolidated Schools, Whitmore Lake Schools, those are other schools that are going to receive a significant portion of that money. When we look at the weatherization item that we have in here, the amount of money that we're going to contribute to weatherization under the current package will allow the county to be able to help 50% more families. And weatherization services go to people that make up to 80% of the average median income for the area that they're in. And so what that means is it's a way to reduce heating and cooling costs for a home. So for a family that is struggling to pay their bills, the weatherization program helps them pay less for their bills. It makes their homes cooler in the summertime and warmer in the wintertime. It's making people have better homes, and they're having to pay less for the ability to do that. The child care piece that we're talking about a way to address immediate needs related to childcare countywide for low-income families. I mean, specifically designed in that way. So for anyone that makes up to 250% of the poverty line, I mean, this is a program for those families. So I would encourage people that gave public comment to look at the other items that are part of this package. We're not voting on any of these things as one item. We have a very diverse county. We have a large county, a lot of people here. I didn't expect that any of the packages, this package or the future package that we have, which we will have several, because this is not even half of the money that we're getting from the American Rescue Plan. There's a lot to it. So I don't expect everybody to see every package that we're going to vote on and be very enthusiastic about every single item in it, because not every single item I think is going to hit people in the same way, their same interests. So I would encourage people that have particular concerns about how we're investing in areas that could really benefit it to see that there is a lot of intentionality and what we've designed here. And I would encourage people to stay engaged too, because as we've said, this is not all of the American Rescue Plan funds. And the Washtenaw Rescue Plan, as we've mentioned too, this is taking additional county funds. This is why some of the programming that we can look at and that we included in the survey includes programming that the American Rescue Plan funds can't be used for. We're trying to be really purposeful and look at how we can make some systemic change in our county. And a lot of that is to address generational poverty. So this is really the first of many bigger strategies that we're trying to employ. I would also ask for people that we're very interested and passionate about our public engagement and how we're going to use those funds to also look at the townships and cities across our county. They got American Rescue Plan funds too. I have not seen townships or cities preparing some sort of public engagement effort. Certainly nothing on the scale that we've already engaged in. Please engage. I'm not going to say put pressure, but please engage with your city and township officials too, because they have money that can be used specifically in that city and township. And all of you, most of you that called in are residents of Washtenaw County, and I would encourage the people that are not residents to engage in their county as well. But please do that and encourage them if you think that there's an item that we could be particularly helpful with to partnership between a county and city or township partnership. Encourage them to talk to us about doing that. We are more than happy to do that. We haven't had any takers yet, but we will continue to try to have those kinds of partnerships. So that's what I've got for now. I'm going to look for someone to move the agenda. Commissioner Morgan, you were quick on it today.
I was muted. It was a shorter agenda for Ways and Means today. Let me make sure I have the right one pulled up here. I will move the agenda starting with item A1 under the Sheriff 2021 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant. Item B1, installation of geothermal HVAC system at Gordon Hall. And item C1 under administration, Washtenaw County Community and Organizational Climate Action Plan.
Very nice. And I think I saw Commissioner Labar get that second. Is that? Yep. Good. Okay. All right. Ready to go? I think we're ready. Okay. We have anybody from the Sheriff's Office here that wants to talk to us about this grant? Oh, maybe not. Okay. I think we've all looked at it already. Robert, ready to call that roll?
Commissioner Beeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk.
Yes.
Item passed.
Excellent. And I always have to say, I do appreciate when we can just vote to approve grants. Great to not have to be allocating money in that way where we're getting money coming in. So thank you, Sheriff's Office, for that. Let's go ahead to the OCED. We have anybody from OCED that wants to talk about installation of geothermal HVAC system? Sounds kind of exciting.
Good evening. This is a certified local government grant. We're eligible for these as the administrator of a number of local historic districts throughout Washtenaw County. One of them is Gordon Hall and Dexter. And so the Dexter Historical Society, who's been an amazing partner and really taken the lead on this project for years, brought this opportunity to us, and it will be covering phase one. This grant would cover phase one of the geothermal as described in the packet. So we're really excited to support it. The Dexter Historical Society would be providing the match for the project. And Melinda Schmidt, who's been excellent in our office as the lead for the historic districts, will be working with the Dexter Historical Society to implement this project. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And you already know how I feel about grants, but I will open it up to any commissioners that would like to have questions or comments. Commissioner Schenk.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like just to say Gordon Hall is in my district, just barely. It's right on the edge. It's a real community resource. The Dexter Historical Society is a very active group that make sure that they work hard, I think, all year round, and they put on an incredible Christmas display so if people want to watch out for that. So I'm really pleased that we're able to support that process, the small piece that we have to do with it. Thank you.
Excellent. Who else we got? People aren't excited about HVAC? Come on. Okay. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Machieski. Sorry, I didn't see you.
So I'm excited about HVAC, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. Gordon Hall's about 300 yards behind that wall, just outside my district. And very much appreciate the work of Carol Burke and folks at the Dexter Historical Society on preserving that, and Teresa and OCED for working with them and really preserving this resource in the Dexter community. It's been a great benefit as an Underground Railroad site and really a benefit for a lot of school kids in our area as well. So I'm really excited to see this move forward.
All right. Anybody else? Well, I can see everyone's excitement. So Robert, I think that's our cue to call the roll.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Yeah.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Item passed.
Excellent. Thank you, Teresa. All right, next item we have is admin, Washtenaw County Community and Organizational Climate Action Plan. I think there's been a lot of talk and excitement about this one. So Andrew, looking forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioners, for having us here tonight. I'm glad to hear that there's excitement. I think we're very proud of what we're bringing you this evening. If you recall a working session back in April, you heard from Jason Fee, April Levine, and myself with the state of the county infrastructure, as well as a proposal for what it would take to develop a climate action plan for the county. So thank you for listening to us that evening, as well as the feedback you gave us. We left that meeting and did a lot of work over the course of the summer. That work included working with your environmental council, as well as many of the local experts that we've got in our community here who are doing the same work. So what we did was we developed an RFP. We really spent a lot of time working on the language and what we wanted to get out of a community and organizational climate action plan. And we did an RFP over the course of the summer. We got some really strong responses and had a really thorough selection process that was inclusive of the chair of the Environmental Council, Commissioner Schenk, Missy Stoltz from the city of Ann Arbor, as well as Crystal Campbell from the Racial Equity Office, and familiar to all of you through her prior role supporting you all. That RFP process ended with the unanimous recommendation of the selection committee to select Resource Recycling Systems, a local entity and the team that they've assembled to complete a community and organizational climate action plan. They put together a really strong team made up a lot of our neighbors and experts in the field who've done this work before, and put together a plan that was very thoughtful in terms of really addressing all of the different things that we put into the RFP that we knew that you all were expecting out of this process, and that would be needed to give us a plan that delivers on the goals that you've set for the organization. So I'll be quick right now because you've had a chance to review those materials, but a couple of the features of the project proposal that we're putting forth that I'd like to touch on for all of you would be that this is a community and organizational climate action plan. It's not just talking about Washtenaw County as an entity, but rather everything that happens inside of the boundaries of Washtenaw County. We heard very clearly, and certainly the numbers support why that's the right direction for us to go. And so we've tried to account for plans that are complementary to each other, but unique where they need to be, and really think about how the county will be able to address and do the work that any plan would develop. Secondly, I think it's important to talk about how the goals are in alignment with what you all have previously established by resolution. And that would be climate neutrality for the organization by 2030 and for the community by 2035. The 2030 goal is in alignment with the city of Ann Arbor, and then the 2035 goal is in alignment with a lot of the other goals in our area. They're both very ambitious, but also the ambitiousness of those goals is really important given what we're seeing with the continuing development of climate change. Finally, I think the final attribute that I would point to is that we have been very intentional on placing both adaptation to climate change and mitigation of emissions activities on an equal playing field. Mitigation is really trying to stop emissions and stop climate change from happening. Very important, but also very hard, and is going to be a worldwide effort. Adaptation is really about how do we help to make sure the people who live here and who are going to be most affected inside of our community are not harmed. And I think that was really important to us based on the feedback we heard from all of you, but is also very much in alignment with the role that the county plays as being a social safety net for the folks who live here. And it is certainly in alignment with a lot of the works of the various departments of the county. So just to the proposal itself, Resource Recycling Systems is, again, a local entity. They're based in Ann Arbor. They've been around since the mid-'80s and have been involved in many projects for the county and for other communities inside of the county. They're proposing to bring on EcoWorks, formerly the Warm Training Center out of Detroit, to lead the community engagement efforts. We've put together a very thorough, we hope it's a very thorough and extensive community engagement process at the front end of this, really to drive what the plan itself would be. And then finally, they brought together Elevate and the Center for Neighborhood Technology to do a lot of the legwork of the plan development itself, including the background research, all of the math, and then all of the assembly of what's going to both be a public document, but also a technical and guiding document for what we would do going forward. A couple of the specifics, what you are all being asked to approve tonight would be the funding to approve the project through the RFP process. We did get back at a number. It's $200,000 planning project. And that planning project would take us over the course of the next 12 months. And there would be three big parts to this project. That would be inclusive of the community engagement portions. We've specified 55 different community engagement events, and that would include a series of meetings in each of your districts, as well as targeted outreach to many of the groups inside of the county who are working on this. That would include the development of the plan itself, including lots of background information, numbers, revisiting the inventories we've previously developed. Another feature I think that's very important to our work is a vulnerability assessment and really understanding where in the county are folks most at risk from climate change. I think we have experienced some of that over this past summer, but really making sure that we've got a good handle on that and driving our planning efforts is also part of that background work. And then the development of strategies and activities. And those are the specific steps which the county would, in theory, implement in the future to get us to those carbon neutrality goals, which you all had previously adopted. Finally, we've asked for a series of recommendations for implementation. And we don't want to be left at a point 12 months from now of getting the plan back and then having a lot of work to do in terms of figuring out how do we do all the work that the plan is prescribing. So we've asked for those as well. So that'll conclude my remarks. Thank you for listening to me. I'm certainly excited to bring this to you all this evening. I'm sorry, I do have one more thing to say. We did, as part of your packet this evening, is a resolution from the Washtenaw County Environmental Council. This was a proposal that we shared with them at their August 24th meeting. And at that meeting, that group voted to approve this project. And so that's in your documents for consideration as well.
Very nice. I know Chair Shink probably has something to say about this. You're already unmuted, so I think you're getting in line. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to say that coming to this moment is really exciting to me. Coming into office, this was one of the concerns, and in some ways carrying on the legacy of the former commissioner in this district, Michelle Dietrich, who had brought the Environmental Council resolution to the board in her last one of her last meetings as commissioner, and she asked if would I carry on that work, and I will say I was planning on doing it anyway, but I do feel like this has come kind of to a place where it's if we pass the resolution where we can celebrate a job well done, because we formed the Environmental Council. We brought experts who are also residents from across our county together to talk about what would a climate action plan that would truly serve the needs of this county look like. And I, along with some of our staff, Andrew DeLue, April Avigné, and Crystal Campbell, spent a fair bit of time with the organization ICLEI, which is an organization devoted to supporting communities who are moving to carbon neutrality. And we learned what we needed to learn to get a really good request for proposals together. Andrew did an amazing job working with other staff to get that request for proposal together to get a climate action planner that would understand our community and then go out and work with our community to come up with a proposal. And we've talked a lot about public engagement tonight. This is a public engagement process that will be supported by this plan. This group has an excellent public engagement strategy. They have excellent people working in those positions. And I am excited about what we will learn through this process. Public engagement, we all know, is very time consuming. It can be very resource intensive, and that is built into this plan. So I think it's a long meeting. I don't want to go on too long, but if people have questions, please ask them. This is really important. I've been working with the Governor's Climate Solutions Council in several work groups, and although the state is working toward a plan for carbon neutrality by 2050, I believe that we are already. Now, I know we are already seeing the effects of climate change here in our county. We sustained at least $3 million worth of damage. Meteorologists say that storm is, exacerbated by climate change. We can't afford not to do anything. This plan is going to get us moving further in the right direction. We've already been doing a lot of work, but it's going to move us further in the right direction to not only reduce our emissions, which is got to be a worldwide effort, and then also to get ready to get our built infrastructure, our social infrastructure together so that we are ready for more bad weather to come. Thank you.
I would, as Commissioner Shink said, encourage anyone to ask questions, because we're not having a short meeting tonight. We're not doing that. So it's already been a little while. We might as well ask all the questions that you have. Go ahead, Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate your acknowledgement that we're just going to be here. We're going to enjoy it to as much as we can. No, I just want to say this is a huge step in the climate work that we've been doing. I've been really proud to be part of the Environmental Council since the beginning, along with Chair Shink, and Commissioner Labar has been part of that work as well, and was very, very proud to vote for the creation of the Environmental Council and to help work on that. We've already set bold progressive goals for how we want to address climate change and reduce our carbon emissions in Washtenaw County. This decision tonight and what we're voting on tonight is how we're going to actually get that done. We're going to map out a plan for how we're going to achieve those bold and progressive goals, which I think is critically important. And I was really happy to hear Chair Shink, who was even more involved in that process of selecting the vendor, really emphasize the community outreach and engagement, the equity analysis that was done on this proposal here that we're voting on, that really centers equity in the planning process. I think that is critically important and will be so important to doing this right. Because as Sue was saying, we know wealthy people will find a way to deal with the effects of climate change in a way that is much different than minority and low-income communities. We know that. So this is focused on helping every person in our county and helping on a broader scale. So my hope is that we will prove this tonight, that we will not only prove it and move forward with this, but that we will do it right and in a way that meaningfully engages communities most impacted by climate change, and really takes in feedback from residents throughout our county, but particularly those areas that will be hit the hardest. So thank you very much. This is my strong support for this. No questions, and really thank you to Andrew and Greg and staff as well for getting this to us. I know we've wanted to keep this moving for a while, and I think we did well to bring forward a strong, comprehensive proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott, your turn.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say I'm happy to see the iteration of this proposal look the way it looks right now, because I know when we first started talking about this, it was focused primarily on making the county carbon neutral and county offices in particular in the county government. And I know that I'm happy to feel like you heard my request that we look at this as a larger community. I see you smiling, Andrew. You heard me say it 50 times. So I'm happy that request that I made, that when we think about climate change, was it that I see that in the documents here, in the work that's been presented to us tonight. It's very thoughtful work. I like that we're looking at the community. I'd really love to see, as we go forward, we look at some of the areas that were highlighted tonight in the public comments, and especially 48197 and 48198, and think about what kind of really revolutionary things we could do to help provide things like solar. And, we'll get Commissioner Maciejewski excited again, talking about HVAC and geothermal. And I think geothermal is pretty cool too. And so maybe we can talk more about doing that in different places in the county, where having that system in place would not only help people become more resilient and help our planet, but it also has like a real material effect possibly on people's monthly bills. And so if we can focus on that even more going forward, I'm even more thrilled to support this. I think in the beginning, I was a little hesitant when I felt like, as I said, it was navel gazing, but we're not doing that anymore. So thank you very much, and love to see this work. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anybody else have comments? This is a popular one. Well, are we on to round two? Anybody else that didn't do a round one comment before I go to Commissioner Shink? Go ahead, Commissioner Jefferson. Let me get you in there for round one.
Just a statement. I just appreciate the fact that we did allow our racial equity officer, Crystal Campbell, to be a part of the decision making. I know that when she was involved with us as commissioners, she definitely had a understanding of the problems within the 48197, 198 area. So I just wanted to make it clear that those ideas that you have talked about, Andrew, within the process, I appreciate her input. Thank you.
Anybody else that didn't get a round one comment? All right, go ahead, Commissioner Shink, get in there for round two.
All right, thanks. I have to admit, sometimes these late meetings, I don't say everything I want to say the first time, and then I realize that you have to come back. So I do want to say, Crystal Campbell, who was really important in the RFP process, has also committed to sticking with it throughout the climate action planning process, which I'm really excited about. And I also wanted to thank Administrator Dill. I did omit you from my thank yous. I just really appreciate the support that Administrator Dill has given to this process, and to Andrew DeLu in working on this. And, just want to acknowledge that you are an integral part of this process also. That's it. Thanks.
Absolutely. All right. Are we ready to, I don't think there's anything that I can say that hasn't already been said about how excited I am about us being able to finally move forward on this. I know that everybody on the board, besides myself and Commissioner Sanders, have been working on this. Did I freeze? I think I froze. No, I didn't freeze. Okay, well, it froze on my screen. I'm just going to say that I know all of you have been working on this for a very long time. Commissioner Sanders and I are the new people working on it now, but everybody else has been doing it for a really long time. So I'm grateful to be able to see it get to, I'd say the finish line, but I mean, this is the RFP process, so the start line. But Robert, Commissioner Sanders, were you trying to make a hand? I don't know. No? Okay. All right, Robert, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Jefferson?
Yes.
Commissioner Labar?
Yes.
Commissioner Maciejewski?
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders?
Yes.
Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
Commissioner Shink?
Yes.
Commissioner Beeman?
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge?
Yes.
Item passed.
Excellent. All right, moving on to report of the county administrator. Administrator Dill.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. I just have a couple of quick items this evening, beginning with, I've asked Deputy Administrator Diane Height to give you guys just a real quick update on the CMH exemption waiver process. I know we pushed out some information earlier in the week, but thought it might be helpful for you all to hear from her about process this evening.
Thanks, Greg. Just by way of a little bit of background for the group on the living wage discussions that have happened over the course of the last 5, actually almost 6 years now. Previous to 2015, the community mental health providers actually were contracted with by the Washtenaw Community Health Organization, the WCHO. When Washtenaw County transitioned away from the WCHO, when that was disbanded, and community mental health fell under Washtenaw County as an agency, a department of the county, the living wage ordinance then applied. And so we've had some ongoing conversations, ongoing discussions ever since 2015, September of 2015. Just to give you a background, in 2015 for the fiscal year 2016, the Board of Commissioners authorized a complete exemption at that time until they were able in which to get a better handle on the system and the process and whatnot. In 2016, for the 2017 fiscal year, there was again an exemption, but it was a conditional exemption that was done at that point. 2017 is when we started to indicate to the providers that we needed them to come up to a minimum wage. And at that point, it was for October 1st, 2017, it was $10 an hour. And then in January of 2018, it was the $10.50. So, and that was referenced, Commissioner Morgan, you had sent a message earlier this week. Are we at least at that level? Most of the providers are not only at that level, but they are higher than that level. And you heard Commissioner Machewski talk about additional funding that's going to be implemented. Well, we hope is going to be implemented with the state budget that is coming up. And then again, in 2018, we developed a process that the providers needed to go through in order in which to request an exemption. And as part of that process, we had some commissioners that were involved in developing the process. What did we really need to look at in order for the providers to indicate to us that it was indeed a hardship for them to continue providing these services? So we developed a form that they could request, the providers could request an exemption. And immediately after we implemented that process in 2018 for the 2019 year, many of you will remember that a lawsuit was filed by a number of providers. Since that time, the lawsuit has gone on. It has now been finalized and a judgment to the county was issued. There were many discussions earlier this year about how do we want to proceed forward? Do we want to do a waiver, an exemption process again, looking at the financials, looking at staff wages, how would they be able to come up to the living wage amount and so forth. So then at the June meeting, we again instituted the living wage exemption process, and that's been going on now for the last couple of months, from the middle of June until the middle of August. There are currently, I believe, 58 providers that we have in the system, and the resolution that you postponed until tonight does request 20 of those providers receive an exemption. All of the requests for exemption were vetted by our then Chief Financial Officer, Kelly Belknap, who's also on the call, if anybody has questions related to that particular process. And we looked at, and this is what the message that was sent out to you, I believe, earlier today. We looked at, their most recent IRS Form 990, their audited financial statements. They all have audited financial statements, general description of the services, list of all the employees. And we were very specific about the direct care worker employees and what codes that they had to be tied to. And then a description of how the mandate would impact their provider finances and service provision. Two of the primary things that were vetted as part of this was looking at how much revenue did a provider have on hand? Did they have at least 6 months in order to be able to sustain services? The majority of them have much less than 6 months of operating revenue on hand. Another thing we wanted to take a look at was their administrative costs, their administrative rates. And so if anybody, we wanted to make sure that administrative rates were as low as possible. And we had a threshold of 15%. Most of them are much lower than that 15%, which indicates to us that to the extent possible, they're putting the money into the direct care service wages and work. So like I said, you do have the resolution that was postponed from last time. You also have a separate resolution that is asking for one additional, and that was already planned to come tonight. It was already prepared and planned to come tonight. And then there are two additional resolutions throughout the last week that we've developed, and Commissioner Scott was assisting as part of that as well, and really looking at taking another look at the whole living wage exemption process. Do we need to look at the ordinance in general? And then do we need to, if we're going to have a process moving forward, are there more things that need to be evaluated as part of that? And then you'll also get a resolution of what's in front of you is really what Commissioner Maciejewski was talking about earlier in the meeting about advocacy and continuing the advocacy that is being planned for the increase in the Medicaid rates with the state of Michigan. So Gregory, if there's anything additional you'd want me to talk about?
Thank you for the very thorough update. I'd ask commissioners if they have any questions related to what you've just heard.
So I would just say for our viewers at home, for those resolutions that were mentioned, they appear on our Board of Commissioners meeting, which begins immediately following this one. That's why you don't see it on the packet or agenda if you're really digging into the work here and reading that packet and agenda. But commissioners, questions? Well, it was just too thorough, Diane. I mean, I don't know. Oh, sorry. Okay, Commissioner Morgan, go ahead.
I'll make it quick, I guess. I was going to say this later in the meeting when we talk about it, but Diane, have we? So, in your opinion, since you've been part of looking at this, we sort of have to do this right before, as we approve the budget before the end of the year. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to sign those contracts with providers.
Correct. That's
okay.
The same time that we sent out information to the providers about the exemption process, the providers also received a contract amendment, for the upcoming year at that time. And we did in complete coordination with, there were two individuals from Community Mental Health that were part of this. Kelly Belknap, who's now on the screen, she vetted things from a financial perspective, her familiarity with the audits and other things, and she vetted all of that.
Thank you. And I will say, I certainly know that Kelly is tough and would not expect her to look at these things lightly, based on how she has been amazing at answering all of the questions I've asked over the years. And so the big concern I think that I have, and I've heard from some folks about this particular issue, is that we don't want to give exemptions if we don't truly need to. Mm-hmm. And the only reason we would give an exemption is if these providers are demonstrating to us by showing their books as they have, that they truly cannot pay that full living wage that we have set. And so I just want to sort of ask that and make sure that it's clear that that is a concern, but based on the research and the data that you've looked through, that would be your determination, right? So if we don't give these exemptions, we may not be able to contract with these providers, and there may be adverse impacts to the clients that they're serving on our behalf, right?
That's correct. And Kelly can certainly speak for herself, but she is tough. And there were a number of them that she pushed back on. We had to have some individual meetings with the providers based on the information that was provided to us, and make sure we were evaluating everything very, very thoroughly. So Kelly, I didn't know if you want to say anything regarding that.
No, Diane, you identified exactly what I did. Reviewed all the data that was submitted, whether it's I-90 and or audited financials, where I had questions or concerns, or we actually had meetings one-on-one with the provider to have them help me understand what was in their books. And some of the financial reports are not always crystal clear, And for those, I actually met with them and discussed, and also discussed the current year, because the audited financials are the prior year. So I also took into consideration for some of them the current year, which has not been a good year for them either. So no, I went into it with a very open and very hard, very fair. It's not, what's failing us right now is the Medicaid system. And as we've been spoken to, we need to have the increase built into the Medicaid funding. It's really where the shortfall is happening.
Okay. I still have deep concerns about this, but do trust what you're sharing with us. I think my concerns are looking ahead to next year as to how we make sure that we're raising that 1050 minimum that we set a while back. I think over the last couple of years, ideally, we should be able to set that at a higher amount at some point. I also just want to acknowledge for anybody who's watching that we fought for this. We fought as a county to make sure that people were paid as much as we could possibly get them paid through this system, to the point of being sued by providers that we care about deeply. They are serving residents in our community who are in need, but we still said, no, we're going to force the issue and set a higher wage for these workers who are serving such a vulnerable population and doing really tough work, to the point where we were sued and then won that lawsuit, which I'm very, very pleased about, because I think we were right from the start in saying that we have the right to expect a higher wage for these workers doing such critical work. So I defer to my colleagues on the CMH board if they have other perspectives on this. I want to learn more. I'm certainly not the expert on this topic, but I still have concerns, but I don't have any resolution to those concerns that I can suggest at this point. So thank you very much, Kelly and Diane.
So not to screw around with the process too much, but I would be interested because maybe it might affect the questions or comments that Commissioners Scott and Sanders has. If any of our CMH board member commissioners would like to share anything that could be helpful for our understanding. If not, that's totally fine too. Okay, Commissioner Scott, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. It seems like we're a little bit cart before the horse here having this discussion right now. I think it's probably prompted by the two resolutions at the board meeting, and that I'm not sure entirely why we're having the conversation out of order from the board meeting, other than confusing people who are trying to participate in our government process. I have strong resolutions about the exemption process, which is why I wrote the resolution that you'll see on the agenda at the Board of Commissioners meeting. I did talk to Diane this evening about those exemptions process. One of my main sticking points going forward is that although I feel very confident in the ability of staff between Diane and Kelly and Greg and any other people who work on that to vet all of that information, I would feel more comfortable seeing that information myself and being able to look at some of it and understand, since people have put their trust in me as their representative here at Washtenaw County. And we constantly hear from people coming to this board talking about frontline workers need to be paid more. And at the same time we agree with them, we are talking about voting on exemptions to pay people less. Now, that being said, I don't for a minute want to see anybody in the county go without services. So I think it's important to think about how we go forward. This is where my resolution in the next meeting came from. Again, I feel sorry that I'm talking about this now and not in the meeting itself, but this is where it's come up. But that is where the resolution came from, that if we're going to vote for exemptions for these people, for these providers tonight, we have to think about what we're doing going forward in the future to pay more. And very much the problem is a funding problem from the state and from the federal government with Medicare and Medicaid funding. But we can only use that as a crutch for so long. We have to figure out how to get these people paid more money. And at some point, that problem just becomes an excuse. And so what I'm looking for is how we go forward to make sure frontline workers are getting paid more while not interrupting the essential services that people in the county have gotten. So I think in the future, when we're looking at things like exemptions, and maybe we'll have to consider this as a part of my resolution, is that we have a sort of cover sheet on each of the companies. This is what I'd proposed to Diane earlier, on each of the different providers that are looking for an exemption that shows us that a front and back with that information. So we have some information ourselves when we're making decisions about the exemptions and are able to see some of those numbers ourselves, because everybody knows the old adage about assuming. So I don't want that to be true for any of us here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We don't want to assume anything. We don't want that old adage. Go ahead, Commissioner Sanders.
I honor everybody's right to be able to have a job and sustain themselves. And I understand the information that was gathered in the vetting process. But I still have to reiterate that, we've got Kroger starting people at $11.60 an hour. And they have to deal with someone for a very short period of time, whether or not it's, an irate customer or a pleasant customer. They're not exposed to the same person, for 8 hours a day or whatever the shift may be. And I just don't know in good conscience if I could, for $10.50, to be asking people to work and care, not just work, but work and show love, care, and compassion for the people that they're serving. So my question is, are these vendors that we've provided or we are allowing to have an exemption, are they like last case kind of providing vendors, meaning they take the hardest cases and we can't find other vendors that will service our residents? Or I'm not sure if there's anybody on the call that can answer that, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around. I just can't see being able to. I don't know how you support yourself for $10.50 an hour. I just don't.
All right. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Administrator.
Here, I certainly want to apologize for the commissioners for the confusion. This topic came up at Ways and Means because I wanted to have, there was some dialogue that happened during the week and some requests from commissioners for additional information. Because the packet had already been published, this was our opportunity to get it before you before you all took action at the Board of Commissioner meeting. So I certainly apologize for the confusion that Commissioner Scott raised. It is absolutely a topic that I believe you all can and should discuss at the Board of Commissioner meeting. This was just our attempt to provide some additional context around the item.
Very much a preview for, the next meeting. Commissioner LeBar, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I know our CMH director is unable to be with us tonight, but I believe we have CMH staff, and I hope they could maybe join us in the next meeting when we talk about this a little bit, just to walk us through some of the mechanics on this. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for the suggestion. Commissioner Masiewski.
So with that, I will defer my comment until that point, but hope that that CMH could talk about the capitative system and the limits. This isn't something where you can just go out and charge more. You get a per person amount from the state to deliver these services, and I hope the department can bring that to life when we get to that agenda item.
All right, CMH team, don't sign off. Don't sign off. We're gonna need you for the next part.
So, Chair, I have just two other real quick items. Number one, I first want to thank Commissioner LeBar for the invitation. Commissioner Schenk and I provided an update on county operations this morning at the A2Y Chamber Early Edition Breakfast. Also want to thank those commissioners that were in attendance. I'm just very grateful for the support this morning. And then lastly, I just want to say to the board, I know that you were dealing with some challenging issues this evening, a lot of healthy dialogue, I believe, for our organization. And I just want to thank you for your leadership. Certainly, this is a difficult decision, has the potential to have a lasting impact on our community. So I just appreciate the thoughtful dialogue and just say that we have more work to come. Commissioner Scott's narrative around how much this first allocation represents, I think, is a critical one. We still have 70% of those dollars to allocate, and those are really the next steps for us. So with that, I'll conclude my comment and just say again, thank you.
No, thank you, and thank you and your team for all the work that you did on the package. It's a tremendous amount of work. I know everybody on your team and you personally take the health and well-being and economic opportunity of our county residents extremely seriously. So,
Commissioner, I'm very sorry. I forgot one other thing. I want to thank Commissioner Shink for attending a tour of Safe House today with me. It was certainly an opportunity for us to view the conditions in Safe House. As you all know, we own that building, and it was important for us to be able to speak intelligently about the conditions there. So I just wanted to say again, Chair Shink, thank you for accompanying me on that tour today. That'll conclude my report.
all right, we're going to go on to report of the chair of the board. Commissioner Shink.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Greg, for arranging that tour. And I'm sure we'll have more to say at a future time about that. I want to let people know, I know that Maria Ibarra-Frey had reached out to at least some of the commissioners, maybe all, earlier in the week about, or maybe last week, about testifying in favor of Drive Michigan Forward legislation. I know that a couple commissioners had responded. I was driving on my way to Lansing. I was going to go testify and hand deliver the resolution, and the hearing was canceled and nobody said why. And so if commissioners are so inclined, we can help by letting them know that we want that hearing to happen again, and that letting our legislators know that we support that legislation and that we want it to move forward. And then also last Friday, I was able to gather with some other community activists and community leaders with Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist to talk about his Thriving Cities tour. And it was really nice to get together with people again. I have to say, like almost every day last week, I was able to gather with people. So I have tested myself. But one of the things that I noticed is that a lot of the things that we're working on in the Washtenaw Rescue Plan, the broadband access, the childcare access, the support of ending generational poverty, those are things, the weatherization, those are things the state wants to do more of too. And one of the problems is that the legislature is controlled by some people who are blocking those things from happening. And so I know that the budget is being worked on, that it seems like some passed the House today. I think now would be a really good time for some advocacy. And in fact, the Lieutenant Governor asked us to do some advocacy around that. I know that we've already sent a resolution to Lansing saying that we want the American Rescue Plan dollars released. So I just wanted to update you on that, and I leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the update on the Drive Safe bills. I think many of us were surprised to see that the hearing was canceled for no reason. So hopefully we learn more about that. So moving on to report of the chair of Ways and Means, which is me. I'll just be brief because I know we still have a whole other meeting to go, and it sounds like there's a lot for us to discuss. I would say that I was appointed by the National Association of Counties to the Community Economic and Workforce Development Steering Committee and their Health Steering Committee. So in terms of content, they're in many ways similar to our Community Action Board and Board of Health, respectively. So we'll be able to do some advocacy at the federal level for our county. That's all for me for today. Let's move on to items for current and future discussion. Nothing, unless anybody wants to raise one. No. All right, pending items. Safety of M14 over Huron River. I'm not sure who wants to take that one.
I don't know if I'm taking it or if admin's taking it.
I would say go ahead, Commissioner Scott, will fill in.
All right, we talked a little bit about this past week with admin. I reached out to Lisa, council member Lisa Dish at the city, whose district this runs to, and she is gonna work with me on this committee. I talked to Ken Kelly at the Sheriff's Department and got some input on people we might want to include from public safety and from fire. And we're going forward trying to figure out the exact composition of that group. I'll continue to work with Administrator Dill to have the most appropriate people be there for what we can do. Every day it's an issue. Every day I get on that stretch of road to take my kid to practice across town, and it's just getting worse. So I'm eager to start talking about what we might be able to do to make that stretch of road safer for people traveling it and safer for the river that runs right under it that serves our whole community. So thank you. Look to hear more soon about M14.
All right, thank you for your work on that.
Thanks.
All right, I move us to look for that motion to adjourn. How long do we think we need between meetings? About 5 minutes? You want 9 minutes, 8 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes? Okay, 10 minutes. How about we compromise come back at 9:40 even? All right, go to the bathroom, get some water, maybe a little snack. So I would look for that motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
So all in favor? All right, come back at 9:40. 9:40.
Hi again, everybody. Looks like we're still waiting for a few people. It's like oh dear, looks like we lost somebody. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
What do you got, Jason?
John made cheesecake.
Nice. All right.
I think it's honey lavender cheesecake, which I've never had before, and it is very good.
That sounds really good.
Nice. I got some water. Actually, I ran up and down my driveway, looked at the stars and the moon. It's beautiful out tonight.
You did all that in the 8 minutes we had?
Yeah, I was really fast.
Nice. There you go. Good.
All right. Also, I apparently FaceTimed everybody, which is kind of embarrassing. In my pocket. Sorry. All right. I think we can get started again. So let's call this meeting to order. And first, we'll have roll call. This is the Board of Commissioners meeting.
Commissioner Beaman,
Present, attending remotely from the village of Manchester, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Hodge,
Present, attending remotely from Ypsilanti Township, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Present, attending remotely from the township of Ypsilanti, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Labar,
Present, attending remotely from the city of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Maciejewski,
Present, attending remotely from Dexter Township, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Morgan,
Present, attending remotely from the city of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Sanders,
Present, attending remotely from Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, Michigan.
Commissioner Scott,
I am present, attending remotely from the city of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County, in the great state of Michigan.
Commissioner Schenk.
Present, attending remotely from Northfield Township, Michigan.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States
of America,
and to
to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we have citizen participation. Residents are limited to 3 minutes. Please, we need to do this because, well, it is our board rules and just to make sure that everybody has a chance to talk, I'm going to set a timer to help me in that endeavor. And so I would ask that you please say your name and also where you are calling from. So first, could the number ending in 1983 unmute yourself and you press *6 to do that? It's your turn first.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Lon Nordine. I live in Freedom Township, and I have written actually each one of you a note before by email, and I want to thank you for all your hard work. And the only message I would like to ask you to consider tonight, I've been on for about an hour plus, is to try to do your vote tonight, because there are many people who need your help. And you know that the situation is a challenge here in Washtenaw County, but let's hope it doesn't get worse. And we really would like what you can do now for broadband help. So that would be my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other people who are wishing to make a comment? Okay, Ms. Duckworth, you're next. Please unmute yourself or press *6.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to ask you just to look from a different lens. I understand, and I definitely respect Commissioner Sanders in saying, where was everyone at when the surveys were going on and the listening sessions? Unfortunately, when you're dealing with trauma-informed individuals, when you're dealing with people that live in poverty, unfortunately, we're not at commissioner meetings like that. Surviving sometimes takes precedence over the meeting, even though the meetings are extremely important. And we are trying to mobilize in communities and just better make us understand how important these meetings are. But people's lives sometimes just don't reach out when they know that they need the help. So yeah, I definitely respect what you said, and you asked, and you also made a very good statement. What is it that we're not doing? And I just think that what could have been done and what can be done is to reach across the aisle and find out what the most disenfranchised areas need. To meet with Commissioner Jefferson, to meet with Commissioner Hodge, and really find out how these would, how something would have been impactful. I mean, yeah, we would have liked it in this first package. And it's very disheartening for people to say, well, we did do this and we did do that. When it comes to broadband, it's very low opportunity for Ypsilanti. It's higher opportunity in other areas. So it's not equitable, even per your own racial equity officer. Even per your own racial equity officer. And I think that's important to say. We've got to start thinking about, even in our privileged minds, what we know is right to do. How can we access those that we don't hear from? Maybe we got to go door to door. Yeah, that's above and beyond. But anything to me is worth it if it's going to mean that we will hear from people that we don't hear from on a regular basis. Because their voices are important too, even though they may not understand how important their voices are. I am asking you all to please pause on this. Yes, broadband is very important, but so are people's lives. And to me, there is a hierarchy of needs, people's basic needs of life, food security, job readiness. We're about to have, the job market is about to increase because unemployment is going to end for people. It's going to be very competitive. And that is definitely going to affect the African-American community. We could have job readiness programs more than what we have now, giving food security, food boosts for people, offering supply, doing things that would help in the moment. Thank you for your time. I don't want you to have to cut me off. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Duckworth, can you please state where you live? Okay, I guess she's not going to. Next, we have Barb Fuller.
Good evening again, commissioners. Again, I want to emphasize that I'm asking you on behalf of the Broadband Task Force and the hundreds of people who submitted testimonials. I don't know whether Commissioner Schenk included that in the tally that she referenced or not, but we submitted hundreds of testimonials and 14 township resolutions in support of this ARPA funding component of this first package that is before you this evening. I want to emphasize that there were people who would have liked to have taken the survey that the county put in motion, but if you don't have access to broadband or can't get online, you couldn't participate in the survey. So there was that element that made it skewed it in a way. Commissioner Sanders asked what would happen if there was a delay in a decision tonight. The bids on this particular gap filling initiative were due to expire around Labor Day. The vendors very graciously agreed to extend their bid offers, I believe, through the end of this month, anticipating that you would make a decision tonight. Actually anticipating a decision would have been made on the 1st, but when it wasn't, that there would be a decision tonight. When those bids expire, we have to start all over again with an RFP. It gets posted. You folks understand the length of time involved in that. Materials continue to become more scarce, prices go up, and by the way, these funds have to be spent, I believe Commissioner Schenk said by 2026. Deploying broadband isn't an instantaneous project. I also want to express my dismay that the racial equity officer has implied that the broadband task force was not concerned about the entire county. I personally handed Ms. Payne a copy of our report from 2018 when everyone was still meeting in person, and she has attended one of our meetings back in August of 2019, I believe it was August or October. So I made 2 personal outreaches. I have never heard back from her or had any communication about her concerns with respect to the direction of the task force. The door was open. I don't know what else I should have done or could have done. I ask you to vote yes on this entire package this evening, and then move on to consider other ways to allocate the remaining funds that you have at your disposal.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. Could you please state your location?
I am currently sitting in Scioto Township, where I have a broadband connection that is not connected to my home. I live in Sharon Township, where participating in this meeting since 6:30, I would have been out of data. There's no way I could have been a part of this. So I find an alternative location.
Thank you very much. Okay, next, Bernice, please. Bernice, are you there? Bernice, you need to unmute or press *6, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you
Great.
please state your location also, please?
Sure. My name's Bernice Linke, and I live in Superior Township in Washtenaw County. So I would also like to talk about the ARP funding tonight. During the Ways and Means Committee meeting earlier, we heard that broadband internet should be an essential utility. Many of us believe that. In fact, Washtenaw County has had this as a goal for over 15 years now. Some of you might have remembered the Wireless Washtenaw program, which was to provide free wireless broadband access throughout the county to help low-income residents have access and encourage economic development. I believe Washtenaw County should allocate funds for broadband. We've waited over 15 years. And since we've waited this long, I think we can maybe wait a little longer. Tonight, we're talking about COVID-19 funds. The American Rescue Plan was meant to address the inequities and injustices that threatens people's well-being, safety, and lives. The CDC has noted that health equity is when all members of society enjoy a fair and just opportunity to be as healthy as possible. What I'm mainly concerned about is the allocation of these funds. Out of the $25.5 million that is currently being voted on, $15,472,270 is for broadband. That's 60.5% of the ARP funding you're voting on tonight. $2 million is targeted toward childcare access. That's only 7.8% of the funds you will vote on tonight. You have almost $5 million available for future quality initiatives. How about targeting some of those funds to programs in 48197 and 48198 areas? I use the internet every day and I understand its usefulness. I also see and hear how COVID has impacted low-income areas in the Black and Brown communities specifically. Earlier tonight, one of you talked about how the COVID or the ARP funds were distributed based on the population of a county or of our county. Please consider the population density in the 48197 and 48198 areas. It's really about 1/3 of the county's population. So my hope is tonight that you will delay this vote and think more about dividing the funds in a more equitable and just way. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Campbell.
That sounded good.
Good evening, Commissioners, County Administrator, and all others on this meeting. My name is Mary Campbell. I'm employed by Washtenaw County, and I'm the Unit B Chair of Ask Me Local 2733 and a Huron Valley Area Labor Federation delegate. I do not represent or speak for any of these organizations. I would like to speak tonight about the resolution on your agenda regarding the authorizing of exemption waivers for the living wage for certain CMH providers. We have heard from many frontline workers in recent weeks about their own hardships of doing this work for less than the living wage and having to work multiple jobs just to make ends meet. Families relying on $15 an hour and even less do not make enough to cover the necessities such as food, rent, gas, lights, or even healthcare. A great percentage of these low-paid healthcare workers can care deeply about the patients they work with and know the value of their jobs go way beyond what they are being paid. When people think of healthcare workers, they automatically think of doctors and nurses who actually represent less than 20% of all essential healthcare workers. We often forget about the other underpaid but essential healthcare workforce in America, which actually comprises more than 7 million people in low-paid healthcare jobs in several categories, such as healthcare support workers like orderlies, medical assistants, phlebotomists, pharmacy aides, direct care workers such as home health care workers, nursing assistants, personal care aides, skills builders, trainers who provide care to individuals with physical, mental, or other needs. Healthcare service workers, which includes housekeepers, janitors, and food preparation and serving workers employed in healthcare settings such as hospitals and nursing homes. Commissioners, it is long past time that these workers are treated as truly essential. And this starts with simply recognizing the value of these workers and the pay they receive. I am asking that the commissioners please review the current exemption waiver qualification policy and investigate if further requirements are needed to provide an exemption for the service providers requesting it. I also ask that you please do not pass the resolution before you tonight to give these providers exemption waivers for the living wage for these workers. Thank you for Thank you for your consideration and for listening to me tonight.
Thank you. Jory Fox.
Hi there. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jory Fox. I'm actually talking about a bit of a different subject tonight. I work with a company called Invenergy, and I am based out of Chicago, Illinois. We are a renewable energy developer. So I met with some of the commissioners at an open house informal informational event we hosted earlier this month. But for those who I haven't spoken with yet, I wanted to give a brief update of the proposed solar project that we're developing in Saline Township. So that project would be about 150 megawatts in size, which is enough sustainable energy to power over 30,000 homes. So this would create jobs and bring in school district revenue to the county. It would bring in almost $1 million a year to Washtenaw County in new local earnings annually. And it would also generate 4.9 million roughly in total county property taxes over the life of the project. So those are just kind of some of the brief updates about the benefits of the project. And in terms of timing, we are hoping to apply for our special use permit with Saline Township later this year. However, Saline Township has proposed an amendment to their solar ordinance. It actually would be changing the setback requirements from 100 feet to 600 feet from roads and from property lines. So this would increase the area that we're not allowed to place the panels in. So these setbacks are a bit excessive and would force us to expand the project to cover a larger area of land than necessary to meet our approved size for the project. This amended ordinance would also unfairly remove some of the smaller landowners and farmers from being able to participate in the project. So they'd be left with these kind of bigger 600-foot areas on the edges of their parcels that would not be, ideal to farm or could be taken over by weeds or whatnot. So in summary, these setbacks are already bigger than some of the setbacks for neighboring townships within the county. So we did suggest implementing setbacks from residences and homes instead of property lines, since that's where most folks spend time is in their homes, in addition to some vegetative screening instead of those increased setbacks. But I know this is probably a lot of information for anyone who's just first hearing
Ms.
about.
Fox, I have to ask you to stop. And if you wish to speak more about this, you could do so in an email or reach out to us. Thank you. Next is thank you. Next is Jessica Roberts.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. So I would just like to reiterate that equitable means access for everyone. And we out here in Freedom Township in the 48158 district have not had access to broadband and internet, and it has had a major impact. And this is our ask out here in rural America. This is what we need from you. We need you to fund this, and we need you to fund this now because we needed these services 2 years ago, and we can't wait till 2024 or 2026 because we're suffering the consequences now. And it is going to take time to build this infrastructure. Please do not postpone this vote. This is really vital out here for safety, for education, for health and welfare of our citizens. And there are many services that we go without out here that you may or may not be aware of that other areas of the county have that we're not commenting on. This is our ask. We organized, we talked to our neighbors, we got out the word, we did the work, and we're asking you to vote yes. Please vote yes. Move this along, get the infrastructure built, help us. We need your help. We have been waiting a very long time just for basic services. Don't let it go 5 more years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, my name's Lisa Carey Harrow. I'd just like to comment that I would like you to please pause and take time out to include the many, many voices from the marginalized communities in designing the plan to allocate American Rescue Plan funds. Please consider the population that's being decimated by COVID. I mentioned before the amount of Black people in body bags. They're dying in the streets of our state of Michigan right now. Martin Luther King once said, the ultimate goal of racism is genocide. Let's not let that become a reality. And to the listeners out there are local BIPOC leaders with proven resumes and track records that have been pushing for broadband for all and getting away from our dependency on corporate gatekeepers of our utilities. Please uplift these BIPOC voices and don't take corporate money and silence their voices. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please tell me where you were calling from or where you
I'm
live?
from Pittsfield Township, formerly an Ann Arbor resident.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, thank you. Next is Dirk Mayhew.
Hey there. Thanks for letting me speak again. Dirk Mayhew, Ann Arbor. It's hard to hear the rural folks, and I hear you. I've lived that. I understand, but you got to keep in mind that those 14 townships they're a minority of the population in Ann Arbor. We haven't heard from huge chunks. It's less than, I think, 20% of the county, the 14 townships. And I'm not trying to disrespect you, but honestly, this plan, 11 of those townships don't appear to qualify for any ARP money. For what it's worth, since we don't get to talk to each other, it would be fine with me for Ann Arbor to spend its money to drop a hotspot on every single person in Freedom Township. I would support that. But we got to get some options on the table for this county-wide money that was sent here for a specific purpose. We've got to, you could literally just fund funeral expenses for people and it would be more respectful. You could build businesses or provide job training. There's a million things. And I want to see in the public record that those voices that weren't heard were heard, that they were considered, they were weighed with thoughtful, respectful actions, and that we made the best choice and that everybody agrees to that. And then just to remind the folks, it's convenient money, and the broadband initiative is super important. It really is. But here's what it was intended for. I'm not sure that everybody read the document. Today, President Biden is announcing the American Rescue Plan to change the course of the pandemic, build a bridge towards economic recovery, and invest in racial justice. The American Rescue Plan will address the stark intergenerational inequities that have worsened in the wake of COVID-19. That's the goal. If your plan is meeting that goal, please just message it and get that on the record. And if we haven't done those two things, then you have to slow down. You have to. It's just the right thing to do. So good luck, guys, and thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you. It doesn't look like there are any other people who wish to speak. Is there anyone else? Yes, Gail, your turn.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. And can you also please state where you're calling from?
Ypsilanti Township. Good evening again. My question to everyone here is, I've listened for several hours as you have as well. What does each and every one of you think that Biden would say about how Washtenaw County commissioners are distributing funds? Is it fair? Is it equitable? And who was it intended for? I know for a fact that the people in 48197 and 48198 did not get adequate information about filling out a survey. I know that I spoke to many people about filling out the survey and having to try to interpret it to them. So if we're really going to be fair and equitable, if that's what we claim to be, then you need to take a pause and you need to look at the people that are most impacted. I surely will give you information. My door is always open. And if you would like to see something that you haven't seen before, I will take you and show you as I have others. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lisa Jackson.
Good evening. This is Lisa Jackson in Pittsfield Township. I got a chance to, while you guys were talking, look at the Treasury Department's website and how these funds could be used. And I was thinking about it in different ways. Commissioners Jefferson and Sanders asked about a specific ask. So like Commissioner Beeman's mom, I also teach college students remotely. And I'm grateful to be able to do that. I have pretty reliable broadband, but I understand the privilege in my ability to do that. In terms of an ask, I think one of the things we talk about when we think about equity is it's super important for everybody to be able to have broadband access. But giving the ability to have access doesn't mean that people can afford it. And if people can't afford it, then it isn't exactly equitable. And so in terms of a specific ask, it might be helpful if there were some subsidies or something built into your plan such that everybody who got access to broadband could afford it. And so as I look at, addressing negative economic impact, supporting public health expenditures, it seems like subsidies to sort of make broadband, if you're determined to do that, making that affordable for everyone to whom it's physically available would be really helpful. And that would be, and in that way, I'm thinking about the direct ask that Commissioners Jefferson and Sanders talked about. So thank you so much for the work that you're doing and for considering all these angles. I know it's really tough, but I do think we have to think about being equitable a little bit more broadly than perhaps we have been. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like maybe everybody who wanted to speak has, but I want to wait a moment just to make sure that that's true. Mr. Lindeman, can you please let me know if anyone else is, okay, no one else is wishing to speak. So next we have Commissioner follow-up to citizen participation. Would any of you commissioners like to speak to any of the comments that were made? Commissioner Scott?
I'm going to defer because I think Commissioner Hodge and Beeman were before me.
Oh, I'm sorry. The tops of their heads are cut off and I did not see their hands raised.
That's all right. We're here to help each other.
Yeah. Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Scott. I'll start off as I always do when I respond to public comment and thank people for giving public comment. I will especially thank people for sticking around for the Board of Commissioners meeting because you sat through the several hours we've just gone through to give comment another time. I want to get into the substance of what I want to respond about. And a lot of it is I'm a bit frustrated at some of the comments that we've received about this. Frustrated about the focus on each of the individual items that people have called in to talk about. Many people have called in to talk about broadband for and against it. Fewer people have called in to talk about the other individual items in the package for or against it. Just to be clear, we're not going to be voting on any of those things individually. There was a lot of thought that went into putting the collection of items that we worked on together so that we could vote on it as a package. Some people have referenced, became aware that during our last meeting, an internal BOC document was posted online. That is not a document that talked about broadband, an initial or a potential broadband proposal. That's not the broadband proposal that we're voting on. So people have read that, but it really does seem to me that people haven't read what we're actually voting on and what we're looking at. And I know our packets are very long. It's a very long agenda. It's long for all of us to read it. But it is a bit frustrating that people are getting information from secondary or tertiary sources and not information they can get directly from us. One of the things that we wanted to address specifically, and look, the broadband, it's a countywide initiative. This has really been something that Commissioners Beeman and Maciejewski have been championing. But I do have to mention that the affordability fund that we have put into this has not come up in any of the conversations that we've had so far or heard from public comment. We are very concerned in trying to create a proposal that can meet the needs of the people in our county. And we know that there's a great need, as many people have called in to express. They don't have access to the broadband infrastructure. People in my district, people in Commissioner Jefferson's district, people in many other districts have access to the infrastructure, but don't have access to the fund. And that's why we put in funding to be able to help subsidize people's ability to pay for broadband. That's not even the thing that I really wanted to focus on because there are so many other things here that we've heard a lot about. We're not investing. We're not putting our focus on addressing the areas of the county that are in most need. I'm sorry, but when I look at the work that we're trying to do to make sure people have access to childcare, the people that have the lowest income in our county have access to childcare so they can go to work, I think we're providing a service to people that are directly and immediately in need. People need to be able to go to work, and we need to be able to have kids that are going to have good quality childcare. That's what we're aiming to work on here. When I think about trying to create a county where everybody has the opportunity to thrive and be successful, I think about ways that we can combat generational poverty. We know that education, whether that's a college education or a trade school or an apprenticeship, that's very important, and it changes kids' trajectory going forward while they're very young and then beyond. We're trying to invest in the future of our kids. I've talked to people that don't want us to invest in kids. This shouldn't be a weird thing to have to say, but I want to invest in our kids. I want our kids to be able to grow up in Washtenaw County and see a future for themselves, and be, whether that's college or whatever it needs to be. That's why we're focused on providing resources to the areas of the county through this initiative that really need it. When I talked about weatherization in my first response to public comment, I don't want people to have to pay as much to heat and cool their home, especially given the climate crisis we find ourselves in. We know from a racial justice perspective that people, the most marginalized communities, experience climate change the worst. That's one reason why the weatherization program is so useful. We can go on and on about the other things that are in this package, but a lot of the conversation about voting yes or voting no about the particular thing that the caller is interested in, it's the whole package. You want us to vote no on it. You want us to vote no on children's savings accounts. You want us to vote no on weatherization. You want us to vote no on childcare access. People, I think, are ambivalent largely about the good government piece. That's fine too. What I also am very interested in is us being able to focus on affordable housing and focus on public health and focus on a financial empowerment center. All of those things are going to be held up if we can't move beyond this piece of it. We're really talking about a small part of the total amount of American Rescue Plan funds. This is something that's, I think, lost in a lot of the feedback that we've heard tonight, and something that was made clear during our town halls. We're talking about other county funds, and we're talking about American Rescue Plan funds. We're using a combination of both. People seem to be very worked up about how we're going to use the American Rescue Plan funds. We're using some of that. We're using it creatively too. And we're going to be able, it looks like with how we've drafted the policy, we'll be able to get some of those funds back when the infrastructure bill passes, for the people that are particularly concerned about how much money we're putting into broadband. I would also add, since we're back on broadband, we can put more back into that that fund to support affordability. The amount that we put in there is not going to be the final amount. If we see that there's a greater need for that, we can put more into it. So I would really ask people to, one, read the thing that we're actually voting on, because I'm concerned that very few people have actually read the thing that we're voting on, and don't just listen to secondary and third sources about things. Ask all of us, right? We've been working on this for months. Administration has been working on it for months. All of us have had multiple town halls. We've done the survey. We provided paper copies of the survey and distributed those to areas that were going to have a harder time accessing it online, whether that's because broadband infrastructure issues or affordability issues, or just not used to engaging board of commissioner kinds of work, because many people are not engaged in county government. We've made a lot of effort to be able to engage people on that. So I ask people to think of just a little bit more critically beyond just the one thing that you're focused on. I hear the people that don't want us to spend the chunk of money on any of the particular items that you called in about. But I ask that you look at the whole package, and I ask that you continue to do that, because I foresee us doing that for future packages. We're going to be looking at things holistically. We're going to be looking at public health. We're going to be looking at how do we support small businesses. We're going to be looking at affordable housing. You need to look at all of that, and we're focused on doing that. And if we delay the vote today, it delays all of that. It delays our efforts to move forward on the things that we're talking about with affordable housing, which we know countywide is a thing that many people are interested in us doing some work on. Affordable housing is also something that we need partnership from our local government partners on. So I would ask that the passion and the many, many people that have attended this meeting to give comment, please do the same thing to all of the local governments, because we need their support if we're going to do anything substantial related to affordable housing and a lot of these other issues. So those are my comments. A little different style of comment than I usually give when I respond to public comment. But this is too important for people to not just really dig into the numbers. Like there's so much here. That's it. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo Commissioner Hodges' sentiment on understanding what is on the table for tonight and how it will be allocated. Again, this is not a Western Washtenaw issue. This is an entire Washtenaw County issue. I would also like to highlight the efforts of the Broadband Task Force and the fact that we're only left with a little over 3,000 homes to connect because of their work and advocacy in getting other grants and other funds. We didn't get to pick which homes were left. It was the stretch of the wire that is how these homes are left. And we need to be able to service these people. I did want to address, someone had mentioned the racial equity officer not believing that this resolution was equitable. She did review, she did have questions. We did go back and forth and find ways to make it better, including the funding for those who cannot afford broadband access. And just as Commissioner Hodge says, I would love to see that number increase as we move forward, as we receive different infrastructure funding. I would love, love, love to see that. I'm just gonna end this with food security. My district is farmers. I think a lot of you might know that. And we're losing them. And one of the reasons we're losing them, and they're selling off their land and it's becoming subdivisions and whatnot, is that we're not inspiring the next generation. And there's a lot of STEM involved in growing things and keeping things alive. There's a lot of it. There's a lot of technology in it as well. But when you don't have broadband, you can't RFID chip your flock and know where your sheep are all the time. You can't analyze your land and know what the soil patterns and the weather patterns and all of those things look like. So when we're really talking about food security, I'm also concerned about our farmers and how many we're losing and how we need to energize the next generation to step into that role. These aren't people who moved into a home that didn't have broadband. These are farmers that have been there for hundreds of years, working this land to feed us. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Pretty sure that I cannot even come to the level of energy that Commissioners Hodge and Beaman have come to. I'm going to attribute it to the fact that I'm like 20 years older than both of them, I think. I want to thank everyone again for public comment. I want to note that we heard from Lisa Jackson a few times about affordability. Ms. Jackson, go back and listen to the other meetings. You will hear me talking about this from the very moment we got ARPA funds. Look at my fellow commissioners nodding. That we talked about broadband. I was like, we have to do broadband and we have to create affordability for people in the missing middle. Like it is definitely, and at the last board meeting, I was a little ornery about that I would like more money for affordability, and see they're nodding again. They're really happy to see when I admit that I was ornery, that I would like to see more money for affordability going forward. And I'm hopeful that that's something we can do. It's something that we can work on with some of the companies that will benefit from this broadband, maybe creating more plans for affordability. I think there's a whole host of things open to us. And I think I want to thank people who've come to talk about that, to kind of emphasize that point again, that I think everybody's hearing about, making sure that just having the infrastructure is not good enough. We have to make sure that we make it affordable for people. Many of these internet companies have programming in place for people who meet the federal poverty threshold. I maybe shouldn't say meet, but who are at the federal poverty threshold, but don't have it for people in the middle. And my personal experience with that was when I was newly divorced and a single mom and a new grad nurse trying to afford my mortgage payment in Ann Arbor by myself. The first thing I cut was internet, and it didn't do us any favors by doing that, but it was something that I cut because I certainly couldn't cut the electricity or the gas or buying food for my kid. So that's what I cut. And I would like families to not have to make that choice, because when I made that choice 14 years ago, it was a different world than it is now. So
we'll have to continue to go forward thinking about affordability. When we're thinking about equity in terms of the county too, I don't need to be, it's hard for me to hear about how COVID's hitting the community, because I know, because I do it every day in my job as an ICU nurse. And so I hear people's concerns about who this is impacting and people dying. I have bagged more bodies in the last year and a half than I care to remember. I know people are dying because I deal with it every day when I go to work. I want to note that in the beginning of this pandemic, certainly our urban areas were very impacted, but COVID is coming for everybody. And at this point in time, rural areas outpace COVID numbers. The rural areas are outpacing the urban areas in the percent of people who have COVID per 1,000 or 100,000. So we're looking at rates, not people, and they're still outpacing. And right now in Washtenaw County, the census tract with the highest number of COVID cases at 14.13 is 48167, which is kind of like in the upper, like eastern side of the county. Certainly there are still numbers that are still too high in 48197 and 48198. But if you look at the map of the rural west of the county, they are also having some fairly high COVID numbers compared to what we're seeing in the center of Ann Arbor. I think that there are issues that we have to look at to think to how to make things better for everybody. And one of the things I know is that in the rural areas, there are 30% fewer primary care providers than there are in suburban and urban areas. And I want to make sure that we have the ability for people to get the health care that they need there, to be able to talk to the nurses and doctors who live there. And that I think that we just have to be mindful that, as I said earlier, this first batch of funding we're looking at tonight, this first package, just please remember that it is 73% of the funds are still unallocated. We are still unallocated, and that number could rise to 87% if we get more money for infrastructure. So we have a lot of money to allocate, and I think that you have a board who is committed to thinking about what we can do, as I said before, to make a structural change on how we're going to make things different going forward in the future, and not just a Band-Aid. Thanks. I guess I could talk a little bit more passionately than I thought I could. That might have spent me though, and we still have a long meeting to go. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. I think it's very easy to become passionate about these topics. They're very important, and all of us have spent a lot of time thinking and working on them. Any other commissioners? Okay. Oh, Commissioner Morgan.
Very quickly, I want to strongly and emphatically second everything Commissioner Hodge said earlier. With that amount of enthusiasm, if I could pull it off at this hour of night, and just say that add one note, in that I asked our staff to add the memo from the last meeting's working session to our board packet for this meeting, and they have done so. That memo includes the updated equity analysis of the whole package. And it goes through each part of the proposal and discusses how that has been considered and looked at. We are very, very intentional about doing that work. And this is actually a delayed action from the initial thinking. This was going to come to us a couple weeks sooner, and we delayed it based on some initial feedback from the equity office that said, hey, we've got to take another look at this. We've got to add the affordability component. We've got to make sure that we're looking at all these other parts of this to make sure that we're doing it in an equitable way. So we saw that concern ourselves a month ago based on that initial idea that was brought to us. And so what you're voting on today, as Commissioner Hodge said, is different than what was initially talked about a month and a half ago now, because of that analysis and that feedback. So it does feel frustrating because I am pro everything in this plan, pro children, pro helping low income families, pro helping communities of color, pro helping increase educational access, all of these things that are really, really big for our community and for the residents who are going to benefit from the things that we're investing in. And that's just part of it. As Commissioner Scott said, we have so much more to come in the rest of the rescue plan funding. So please take a look at not the board resolution, but the board memo that is in that Board of Commissioners packet now on our website, wherever you found the meeting here. So please take a look at that. It goes through in detail all of those things that we looked at to make sure that we are truly centering equity in these investments as a package. And we'll hopefully continue to do that going forward. Not hopefully, we will continue to do that going forward. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Jefferson.
Thanks, Chair. Before I speak, I would like to ask Administrator Deal to kind of break down the difference between the first ask of the 14 million to be given to broadband and what we ended up doing after we received a analysis from our racial equity officer. So that breakdown is different than it was before. Can you help me with that?
Well, simply put, the affordability component was added. We looked at the package as a whole after the equity analysis to make sure that it was more balanced. Those are the two primary changes that were made after the equity analysis.
There was some different amounts made too, coming from our general fund and also from the ARP.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We did shift some of the funding. Some of the funding came from the county's general fund, and we reduced the amount that was coming from the American Rescue Plan. So you're absolutely correct. My apologies.
And that amount from the American Rescue Plan, isn't that something that can be reimbursed? Well, go ahead.
It is, and I think that is what Commissioner Scott was getting, one of the pieces that she was getting to earlier in her comments. So we've authored the document in a way that if we indeed receive some resources via the infrastructure bill, that we can pull back those dollars that have been allocated from the American Rescue Plan.
Okay, well, thank you. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
That is basically saying the portion that we're taking from the ARP is not 14 million, it's not 24 million, it's somewhere around 8-9 million. And if the government in the Congress decides to do more allocation from the Biden administration, those dollars can be used to reimburse that 8 to 9 million.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you. And then also the addition of the 800,000 that was added for affordability within the districts that already have broadband, but they have the lowest lowest speed access. We're trying to make a effort with that 800,000 to help them afford that. But the recommendation that Commissioner Scott talked about, I also talked about it last meeting, and I believe that it is something that has been raised by our racial equity officer that we do some more allocation to that portion. I think I heard it said earlier that if it's not enough, we can do that. But I don't see why we can't put any language in there now. Is that possible? Can we change that now?
Well, you have a resolution that you're taking action on, and I would say a couple of things. So One, as we've always talked about, this is the first of a series of allocations, and we can certainly come back and add additional resources to issues like affordability. The second piece of all of this is all of those amounts that are included in that document are up to amounts. And we'll continue to look at ways to operationalize the work and make certain that we, again, maximize flexibility. So if we have resources from other sources that can then be applied, i.e. partnerships with local units of government, et cetera, we will pull back the funding that is included in this resolution.
All right, well, thank you, Administrator Dio. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other commissioners?
Chair, if I may, to Commissioner Jefferson's comment, I think I hear where Commissioner Jefferson is going, and maybe that's something we can discuss with the resolution. But what I'm hearing is maybe a suggestion that we make a slight amendment to this to increase that amount now, given that it sounds like we are anticipating at this point that we may need more, and they are up to amounts. So perhaps there's some amount that we could make an amendment to that resolution when we get to consideration of the actual resolution itself. I'm not sure exactly what that amount is. I think we should certainly keep our minds open to increasing it even more, even if we set it higher. So maybe we set it at $1 million and then say if we need more, we'll come back and add more as well. So I don't really want to put any limit to it because that is such a critical component of it. So perhaps that's something Commissioner Jefferson would want to propose, or I would be happy to propose or support when we get to discussing that. And I know that's been something Commissioner Scott's been talking about as well. So whatever configuration it may look like, I would be happy to support increasing that amount. And from what I've heard around the table here during this discussion, sounds like there may be some broad support for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Morgan. Anyone else? Okay, I think I will make a quick comment, which is I don't need to make an impassioned speech. I will just impassionedly say I second many of the things that were said around this Zoom screen, and appreciate everybody's comments. I appreciate all the people who called in. I do want to echo that it is frustrating when I've spent personally quite a lot of my time over the past months, and then to have somebody suggest something as if we didn't care about it when it's actually in the resolution is frustrating. And I know everybody's busy and it's hard. I want to tell everybody that we as a group, individually working with administration, and I don't mean all as a group together. I mean, we all have put in many, many hours of work into this, talking with our constituents, trying to understand what's needed, trying to make sure that we access the best data and metrics around what works and what doesn't, talking with staff to find out what can they accomplish and what can't they accomplish, poring over the American Rescue Plan requirements to make sure that we are complying with them, talking with the attorney. The administrative team has, when I say we, I'm counting the administration team in there. There's been an incredible amount of work that has gone into this. And so I guess I did make an impassioned speech. Anyway, I just want to say a couple things. Dollars are going to every corner of our county. There's a significant amount coming to my district, including Whitmore Lake, which is a low opportunity area, and it's very important that we invest in that area. And then I also want to say, if anybody did lose people to COVID, first, I'm very sorry. You have my deepest sympathy. And secondly, that COVID-related funeral expenses are reimbursable by the federal government. And I found that out from Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. And so I would say that her office is probably a good place to contact for information about that. Or if you're in Congressman Wahlberg's district, you could contact him. So with that, if there are no more other commissioner comments, we can move on to liaison reports. if there are any. Okay, we don't have any special order of businesses. And then there's a resolution appointing members to the Board of Canvassers. Oh, I guess, no, we do appointments this way, right? Like, so I need somebody to move it, but during the break, our deputy clerk, Ed Golimbowski, emailed us a copy of a replacement resolution that replaced the name of one of the commissioners, one of the Board of Canvassers with a new name. And so I wonder, Commissioner Morgan, if you'd, well, sorry, this is getting too complex for me at 10:42 at night. I have been up since 6 o'clock. And anyway, I wonder if somebody could move this and then we can make that substitution.
Chair, I will move this item, move the appointments.
Thank you. Discussion?
Chair, I'd like to.
Chair, I just have a quick question. Were you moving both appointments, Commissioner Morgan?
I was,
Two?
yes, I was seeking
Okay.
to move both appointments, and then I would like to propose an amendment to one of them.
Gotcha.
Great. Chair, I propose an amendment to the appointments to the Board of Canvassers. I propose, let me grab my notes here. I move to replace the name Ton Bellinger with the name Polly McNichol.
Do we have support? Okay, any discussion on that? Commissioner Machieski?
Maybe I misunderstood when I read it, but I thought Polly McNichol was already one of the nominees.
In the substituted, in the resolution that we had in the agenda packet, originally it was not her, and that was changed today. And so I wanted to make sure that we properly took care of it by moving the substitution.
I see. So the version, okay, I get it. Updated version I got in front of me right now. Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion?
Chair, I just want to clarify. I believe what I'm doing here is just putting forward the official motion to reflect the updated document from the clerk. Just want everybody to be clear of that.
Okay. So, Kurt, I think we just vote on the substituted
Correct.
version now.
Because the original one was moved first, and now we've made the motion to add the name. So you need to vote on that. And when if that passes, you then would do another vote, which would be the actual appointment.
Okay. Robert, could you please call the roll on the substitution of the name?
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk.
Yes.
Amendment passed.
Thank you. Now we can vote on the entire resolution. I guess what I would want to ask is there discussion on the entire resolution before we vote? I would just like to say that appointing the Board of Canvassers is not something where we have discretion or where we have much discretion. And at the same time, I would like to remind the nominees that this is an awesome responsibility and implore you to carry it out with all due dignity, honesty, and care. Robert, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Amended item passed.
Thank you. Kurt, I just want to double check. Have we now voted on both of those resolutions, including the jury board, or do we now move to jury board?
We now move to jury board.
Sounds good. Okay. Could somebody please move the jury board?
That's been moved because he
Moved,
moved
okay.
both. So we can just get debate and vote.
All right. At 11 o'clock, I need your help a lot. Any discussion? All right, Robert, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schink,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Item passed.
Thank you. Next, we have the consent agenda. Somebody please move the consent agenda.
So move.
Support.
Any discussion? Does anybody want to pull anything out separately? Okay, Robert, could you please call the roll on the consent agenda?
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schink,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Yes.
Item passed.
Thank you. Could somebody please move the resolutions? Commissioner Scott?
I'd like to move the resolution starting with 9.1 Ways and Means. A resolution ratifying the 2021-22 Michigan Indigent Defense Commission Washtenaw County Compliance Plan. 9.1B, a resolution approving the Washtenaw County Community Mental Health Final Budget. 9.1C, a resolution approving the Washtenaw, oh, I did that one. See, we're all tired. 9.1D, a resolution approving the Washtenaw County Health Department final budget. 9.1E, a resolution approving the Washtenaw County Health Department comprehensive agreement and budget for 2021-22. 9.1F, a resolution authorizing the above midpoint hire of Jeffrey Rose as Washtenaw County Director of Information and Technology Services. 9.1G, a resolution accepting offers for insurance coverage for the county for the period of October 1, 2021 to October 1, 2022. 9.1H, a resolution obligating American Rescue Plan and county general funds to address childcare needs, launch a children's savings account program, connect all households to the broadband infrastructure, address broadband affordability, literacy and access, expand the county's weatherization program, and account for lost revenue as a part of the Washtenaw County Rescue Plan. 9.1I, a resolution ratifying the receipt of financial assistance from the state of Michigan for damages due to the severe weather on June 25th and 26th, 21. 9.1J, a resolution amending the 2021 general and non-general fund budgets. 2, Board of Commissioners. A resolution authorizing the exemption waiver for certain CMH providers for expected financial hardship. 9.2B, a resolution authorizing an exemption waiver for certain CMH providers as expected financial hardship. 9.2C, a resolution in support of continued economic support for direct care workers. 9.2D, a resolution to support a review of the Washtenaw County Living Wage Ordinance of 21. 9.2E, a resolution amending the bylaws of the Washtenaw County Environmental Council. 9.2F, a resolution to amend the purchase agreement between Washtenaw County Action and Avalon Nonprofit Housing for a portion of the 13.59 acre Platte Road parcel. 9.2G, a resolution supporting the independent decision-making of public health officers. 9.3A, a resolution authorizing the payment of claims commencing with the last previously approved claim and continuing through the date of September 3rd, 21.
Support? I'm looking for support.
Support.
Thank you.
Chair,
right, well-
Chair, just one quick question. Can the clerk tell us whether B and C of 1 were moved? Because they're very similar, but they are different. That's the mental health final budget and the mental health annual operating budget. I think they were both moved, but I wanted to double check.
Both were moved.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna work our way through these. 9-1A, sorry, my cat is eating my cord. All right. I love working at home, but it's also sometimes a little distracting when your cat's eating your technology. All right, 9-1A, a resolution ratifying the 2021-2022 Michigan Indigent Defense Commission Washtenaw County Compliance Plan from the Office of the Public Defender. Any discussion? Okay, I'm a little nervous about not voting on these individually because I think we're going to get to a place where I think we'll make our way through. All right, B is a resolution approving the Washtenaw County Community Mental Health 2020-2021 final budget.
Chair, point of order, perhaps. Don't you normally ask if we want to pull anything for separate or separate consideration?
Yeah, you're right. I
Is
do.
that something
I'm
you'd want to
sorry.
do? I don't have any items I want to pull, but just.
No,
that-
no, I meant to, and I'm really exhausted. So, does anybody want to pull anything for separate consideration?
Commissioner Sanders has her hand up.
Commissioner Sanders.
If I heard it correctly, I think 9-2D, which is the exemption, the hourly rate exemption.
Okay.
Is that correct? I'd like to pull that for separate consideration.
9.
Yeah.
It's 9-2A and B.
Right.
And the D is the review of the living wage. So I think you want 9-2A and B.
Okay.
Correct.
Anything else?
No. No.
Okay. All right. Then what I'm going to do, Kurt, tell me if this is right. Work our way through and then separately consider 9-2A and B.
Correct. After you vote on everything that has been.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have another point of order question. If we voted, if we're just pulling one thing separate, can we vote on everything else at once, or do we need separate votes for everything?
You could do it either way. It's up to the board's preference. I've seen it done where you move out items and then the chair will ask, is there any questions or concerns with anything without going through each one? Or you can go through each one and ask if there's questions, either way. But once that process is done and what's been pulled out is going to be pulled out, you can then vote on that whole big bunch and then come back to those that have been pulled out for separate consideration.
I might make a suggestion to my colleagues, because the agenda is so long, that if you want to take a separate vote on anything, maybe we pull those for separate consideration and vote on the rest of the agenda as a whole. It will move us through the rest of the meeting much more quickly.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you.
Support.
Does anybody else want to pull anything for separate consideration? Okay.
Just one tweak then, since it didn't get pulled. Under 1G, which is the insurance renewal, someone has to make a motion to amend because we have the updated figures.
I'll suggest that we pull that from the main vote then and
Okay.
amend that when it comes to it.
That's 991G.
Correct.
Okay, anything else? Okay, then do you want me to read out all the titles again and ask you for discussion, or just nobody wants to discuss anything but 91G and 92A and B?
That's your call, Chair, how you want to present it.
Okay. I think I saw in Commissioner Scott's eyes a fear of me reading out every single title. All right.
I think that's just
So-
why I suggested that we move everything as a blank other than what
Yeah.
was pulled. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. All right, so we are then, I'm going to ask Robert to call the roll on everything other than 91G and 92A and B. Robert,
Commissioner Maciejewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk,
yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
All items except those pulled for separate consideration passed.
Thank you. Item 91G, a resolution accepting offers for insurance coverage for the county for the period of October 1, 2021 to October 1, 2022.
I'd like to move that we, oh my God, I can't think now too. I'd like to motion that we,
Amend by
this,
substitution.
amend by substitution with the new charges. Thank you. Woo.
We have a support for that?
Support.
Please, God, don't
Thank
make me say it again. Thank you.
All those in favor?
We can't do that, I don't think,
No.
virtual.
No, I know that. I'm sorry. Robert, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Maciejewski.
Yes.
Amendment passed.
Thank you. So that's just the amendment. So we still need to vote on the entire thing. So Robert, could you please call the roll on the entire motion?
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Maciejewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan.
Yes.
Amended item passed.
Thank you. Item 92A and B. Resolution authorizing an exemption waiver for certain CMH providers for expected financial hardship, which was adjourned from the September 1, 2021 Board of Commissioners meeting, and B, a resolution authorizing an exemption waiver for certain CMH providers for expected financial hardship. Any discussion? Commissioner Labar?
Just want to say I appreciate the thoughtful discussion that's gone on at this board and that I know folks have grappled with. I don't know anybody that wants to pay anything less than a good wage, let alone a living wage. The county's living wage ordinance has been in place for about 20 years. And with the merger of CMH back in 2015, we have our largest entity that isn't a constitutional office that existed separate from the county at the time of that living wage ordinance's creation. Commissioner Morgan and I had the interesting life experience of going through in 2017 and 2018 with our then colleague Michelle Dietrich efforts to try and get a workaround on the living wage where we could get it up. or where we could get a better exemption process than the one we had. And so I just speak to say, I think the review of the living wage exemption process is a good step to take. This has been an iterative policy. It will continue to need to evolve. The one other thing I would say, and I think Commissioner Masiewski was going to make this point as well, and hopefully CMH staff can provide a little bit more. We are stuck in a situation where if we aren't going to provide this exemption, we lose these providers in terms of their ability to serve clients, and that's a bad place to be, and it can't be an impediment to us doing all we can to get wages up. But I also appreciate that folks recognize it as a reality. That the mental health system in Michigan is god awful in so many ways. So I appreciate everybody putting so much thought and effort into this. I know it's not an easy decision. I'll be voting yes on both. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Labar. I don't see other hands up, but
There's other hands.
maybe I.
Chair.
Okay, it's that top row gets cut off. Commissioner Scott.
Again, I think Commissioner Morgan was before me. I'll defer.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Morgan. I can't see your heads.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. I'm actually going to say something that maybe you will speak on more, but I want to make clear, I do not want to vote yes on this. I do not want to give any exemptions to our living wage policy. However, as Commissioner Labar just outlined, we went through a couple of painful years of fighting on this issue with these providers. And I do believe we are sort of in a place of having to at this point. But I would also add that I strongly support Commissioner Scott's resolution that would follow this to review this over the next year. And I would also like to see perhaps through that work, the work of Commissioner Scott's resolution, to see where we can look to move to providers that are able to pay the living wage. I also want to make clear, we are still setting a lower limit to what they are allowed to pay. So we're not just setting they can pay whatever they want. We're still setting the lower bar at $10.50. And I want to make darn clear that is nowhere near enough. But I don't want to vote for this, but I feel that we have to in order to keep these providers and to not have residents just cut off from services abruptly. I can't support doing that either. And so I will be voting yes, but it is with a lot of consternation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you very much. I want to just colleagues, my resolution about reviewing the living wage ordinance came from the discussion that we've had about these exemptions and the number of exemptions that we have. I think that we need to think about what, is the living wage ordinance, should it be more in general? And what are we doing with the exemption process? And what are we able to see as commissioners before we make that? And I thought when we talked about this at the last meeting, I can't vote yes unless I think about what I'm doing to make something better in the future, because I can't just continue to say yes to this process and have people coming to this meeting and emailing us and saying, we need to be paid more. And then in the same meeting, vote for an exemption to pay them less. So my kind of ground here on what to do was to create this resolution to think about how to make things better in the future. In no way, shape, or form do I want to impact the care that people are getting right now through CMH at the county. And unfortunately, because of the timing and et cetera, we are down to the wire because this needs to be done by October 1st. And so I would hesitate to vote no, because I don't want people to lose services. The only other solution I had was to ask to see all of that financial information, which as it stands now, sounds like it is a pile of things to go through, which is why I think is one of the first things with this working group that I'll suggest we look at asking for is, as I said, that face sheet so we can understand. The other thing is to think about like how much work are we contracting out in the county and how much work could we bring back to the county? Because that would take care of some of this itself, because as the county, we can't pay less than the living wage, and we bring people back into bargained positions. To Caroline's point, like people going over to Kroger and making $11.50 an hour. And as I said last time we met, not only are they making more money, they also have a union protecting them. So the thing I want us to think about when we're thinking about trying to figure out how to pay workers in CMH contracting jobs more is that the continuity of care for any patient is helpful, but the continuity of care for patients or people utilizing these CMH services is even greater. So with a investment up front to think about paying people more in these positions and having them be in those positions for longer might make more changes in the long run for this community when there is a continuous caregiver who's not going to then leave for a better paying job at Kroger or Costco or whatever, because this is hard work. As I just again want to steal from Commissioner Sanders, this is hard work, caring for people and doing this work. When you do work like this as a healthcare worker, you often feel called to it. And I don't want to take advantage of anybody's calling. And I also want to note that a lot of times these jobs are staffed by women and people of color. And I don't want to see any more marginalization of women and people of color through our exemption process at the county. So although I am prepared to vote yes tonight, because I don't want to see the people using the services be disadvantaged, this is the last time I will vote yes until we have a better process in place and we think about how we get these people more money, because we cannot keep saying that the fault is at the state level. The fault there, that's perpetual. It becomes our fault now if we don't think about a way to fix that locally in a different way. So we cannot keep leaning on that crutch, and we have to go forward. So I will look forward to whoever is interested in working on this work group with me, how we can start to make things better for people who are contracting services here in Washtenaw County. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I see any other hands up?
Commissioner Machieski.
Commissioner Machieski, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the comments that have been offered on this item tonight. This work is skilled work, and the people that do this work deserve more than the living wage for what they do. There are 35,000. We have a need for 35,000 caregivers in this state right now. I drove down. I was on my way to a home improvement store on Jackson Avenue over the weekend, and the sign out front of a fast food place said $15 an hour for part-time, $17 an hour for full-time. It's hard to compete with that in the system that we have right now. It is a really unfortunate circumstance that we find ourselves in with this. And Commissioner Scott, I appreciate your comments about, we need to do something about this. We need to find a way. The nature of the animal that at this point with Medicaid is that this is a capitated system. And in essence, we have to manage a population of people who are participating in these programs with a fixed dollar amount. We cannot go and ask for more money per person and get it. We can't charge more for anything. We are really handcuffed by the revenue stream that comes in for this particular population. And I keep pointing out the state angle because there is a remedy right now, not a remedy, but a partial piece of assistance with that $225 per hour that we need to get through. And so I keep pointing to the state legislature and the budget on that piece because it is a small piece, but very significant and very immediate. I know there's a couple of people from CMH that are hung on tonight, and I would appreciate if they could talk a little bit about the nature of the system and why it's different than just a business thing, go out and charge more money and pay more to their staff, and why we're restricted in this particular system at this point. And the real risk for me is that these companies go out of business because their business model is not sustainable anymore with the workforce issue. So I would appreciate hearing from CMH a little bit about that dynamic in the model.
Hi, everyone. Is it okay for me to share my screen? Is that appropriate? I wasn't sure if that was okay if I didn't have a prepared presentation. Okay. I just had a visual.
I'm good with it.
Awesome. Can you guys see my pie graph?
Yes.
Okay. So I know most of you on this board have sat through probably a grueling presentation from me on all things CMH funding. Lucky you. But I know that a few of you have not. So just to get a clear understanding of our budget. So you can think about the CMH capitated budget as a balloon. So we get a fixed dollar amount through our contract with the PIHP, which is via a contract with the state. And so this is really what comprises our budget. We are funded, and these are actually old figures from a prior year budget. I apologize for that, but we're just under 90% of our budget for fiscal year 22 is made up of Medicaid and Healthy Michigan funds. And then you can see the other smaller fund sources there that make up our budget. When you look at our expenses, you can see that 60% of our budget is going out for contracted services. So a majority of those are for these aid level workers. So the direct care workers that we're talking about. And that's primarily being done with community living supports and our licensed residential services. So again, that makes up a very large portion of the CMH budget. The $2.25 that's being referred to. So we started receiving funding to support that back at the beginning of the pandemic. And I will be very frank and say that is the only reason that we received the additional money to support that $2 increase. That was CARES Act dollars that came through the system. And, you know, we are extremely hopeful that that is extended into fiscal year 22. Because obviously if it's not, it's going to completely decimate our system. Share here real quick. So really what that visual of the balloon was telling you is that if we were to take any portion of money and reallocate that, it's really just going to squeeze the balloon. So, you know, do we want to take money from the services that we are providing within CMH and, you know, put that on the other side of the balloon or vice versa? Really that bubble is not getting any bigger. That $2.25, just to put that in perspective, that for us to fund annually is going to be $8 million for Washtenaw. Regionally, it's just shy of 16 million for us. So we are very, very hopeful that those funds come through. And again, the providers are getting closer to living wage as more funds become available. Trisha's been doing, you know, continuing advocacy and work at the state, trying to push that home. But really this issue has just been exacerbated with the pandemic. And, you know, that really is the only reason that the $2 have come through. So we really do need support from everyone to make sure that the state understands exactly how important that is.
Thank you. Okay, does anybody have any other question or comment? Or are we ready to vote?
Yeah, Commissioner Hodge.
Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just be really brief. I want to thank Commissioner Machewski for continuing to push on the need for the state to take some action. I mean, this is a system that in many ways is beyond our ability to resolve on our own. So, I mean, I appreciate the encouragement for us to continue to be active at the state level, and for the encouragement that our constituents watching the meetings, for them to be engaged too. And I also want to thank Commissioner Scott for the resolution. I'm right there with you that it's a really unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in, and that if we were to vote no on this, we'd be denying people services in a time of extreme need. So we find ourselves in a place where this conflicts with our values around a living wage, and it also conflicts with our values around providing people services, and we don't want that to be taken away from anybody while we're still dealing with the pandemic. So thank you for putting that work into it. And I'm hopeful that we'll be able to, with the work group that will be created, assuming the resolution passes, which I think it will, that we're able to get a number of voices represented on the work group, hopefully including people that are doing that kind of work, as well as labor, of course, and a number of commissioners and administration and staff. So thank you for taking the step and doing that so quickly. That's all for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? All right, then I think we're ready to vote. Robert.
Commissioner Sanders has her hand up.
So what happens is people keep floating up to the top and then I can't see their hand raised. So I apologize, Commissioner Sanders. You're now at the top where I can't see half of your little box. So thank you for your patience.
Nope, that's fine. I'll be brief. I just want to be clear and transparent. I'm supporting the workers, and I am also supporting the families. And luckily, I'm probably the outlier for this upcoming vote, so it will pass regardless. But I want to be clear that I support the workers and I support the families that they're supporting. But in good conscience, I just can't say yes to this. So I just want that on the record.
Okay, thank you. I want to say that I have in leadership meetings and in conversations with various staff push hard on, do we really have to do this? What are the consequences of not approving these exemptions? And what I've heard over and over is that our residents who need care won't get the care. And I know that there's a severe labor shortage. It's not a surprise given that the wages are so low. So I appreciate Commissioner Scott's resolution to work on our exemption ordinance. I also appreciate Commissioner Maciejewski's advocacy, and I think that clearly there's a lot of work left here to be done. But I feel resolved that voting yes on this would make the most sense under the circumstances constrained as they are.
Chair, I have one last technical thing. I don't know if this motion's been seconded.
Oh, golly, I thought it had been. It was seconded with everything else, right?
Yes, when I moved the entire agenda, it was seconded when I moved the entire agenda, and we just pulled this for separate consideration.
Okay. Do you remember who that was?
Might have been LeBar.
I think
that was me.
Okay.
I think a lot of people seconded it. It was so long, everybody was like, second.
Thank you.
I heard some people thirded it too. All right, bad joke for late at night. All right, Robert, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Schenk,
Yes.
Commissioner Beeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Based on Commissioner Scott's resolution, yes.
Commissioner Lubar,
Yes.
Commissioner Maciejewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders.
No.
Item passed.
Thank you. That takes us to report from the county administrator.
No report.
Report of the chair of the Board of Commissioners, no report. 12 items for current or future discussion. Okay, if there are no items, Commissioner Scott.
Support.
All right, I hope you have a good night. It's a pleasure to work with all of you.
Sleep well, everyone. In 5 minutes.
Right.
Bye, guys.